You get it? Here, I'll show it to you.
So is this in addition to?
No, we're going to flip out what we had. Now it's got all kinds of advertisements and stuff on it.
We'll go with what you already sent us, which is the 9 pages, Mr. Friedman.
I mean,
That was the version you sent us.
page I will ask for judicial notice of the dictionary. I don't know what to say. It's just a literal scan of the dictionary page.
Well, what's the difference between that?
The other one's all,
Other than it has a whole bunch of other words in it?
it's got the online things got all kinds of like advertisements and other stuff on it that's not the definition. I want the definition.
The issue is what Mr. Friedman doesn't want on the online version is it has common usages of how black market is used. And the common usages of how black market is used on that page don't help his case. And so he submitted the exhibit. He submitted it incomplete. That's why we made it complete. And now he's trying to change it because he realized that there's stuff on there that he doesn't like. And that's what this whole waste of the last 20 minutes has been.
Not involved at all in creating the exhibits. Our associates do it. It's not true. But that part, first of all, if there are common usages,
All right,
it's
stop. Just sit down. Well, now I've been going, 20 minutes or so. I have a trial order that said exchange this stuff over 45 days ago. We're doing this the third morning of a trial of sending stuff back and forth. I've already admitted into evidence 3 exhibits. Those are admitted. I'm not admitting it. That'd be duplicative of something already admitted. So whatever you're requesting there, if you want to mark it, make it part of the record, print it out, mark it. But I'm not going to admit whatever that one is, of a picture of a book that you just emailed over to Mr. Bradley. All right, can we get the jurors in here and get rolling?
Jurors, enter.
Y'all can be seated when you get to your seats. Morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody didn't freeze on their way here this morning. And we're continuing with Mr. Young.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young, why don't you come around over here? The witness stand, and new day, we'll swear you in again. So if you could raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give on this issue shall be the truth, and the truth, nothing but the truth, and all the truth.
All right, have a seat. I think you did a good job with where the microphone was yesterday. I think everybody could hear you pretty well. So, y'all ready?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Friedman.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Zach.
Good morning.
Yesterday we left off by looking at exchanges with activists.
That's right.
I want to pick that conversation back up. Corey, can we have a limited publication of PX 310? Zach, what are we looking at?
This is an exchange on LinkedIn between me and someone named David Lerner.
And did it relate to evacuation?
Yes.
Counter plaintiffs offer exhibit PX310 into evidence. No objection.
All right. Plaintiffs 310 will be admitted.
Mr. Hayden, can we go full? Thank you. Okay, so Zach, I want to start off at the top of this message. Actually, Corey, can you zoom out for a second for me? Okay, at the bottom, do you see the Bates label?
I do.
So this is a document produced to you by CNN.
That's correct.
And can you go up to the top for me, Corey? The first part is cut off, right?
That's right.
It's a message from you. It says, not a free service. I don't know what the top line said. Do you recall what the top line said?
No, I don't.
Is there a sponsor able to pay?
That's right.
Out the gate.
Yep.
And what does he respond to you, Zach?
He says, yes, what are you charging, and where does this get her?
Okay. And David Lerner, did you look up who he was?
I don't remember. I doubt it.
Okay. Did you look up where he lives?
At the time or since then?
Since then?
Oh, yes. In that case, I do know who he is. He's a school teacher, and I think he lives in Pennsylvania, but I'm not sure. But he teaches high school.
He lives somewhere in the United States?
He does.
Okay. So is a sponsor? Yes. So you then give him your prices?
I do. You can see that right below.
Okay. $75,000 for a vehicle of 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul to Peshawar.
That's right, for 5 to 6 passengers.
Okay. Can also facilitate passports and visit and transit. Is that Dushanbe?
Dushanbe.
Dushanbe. But again, where's Dushanbe?
It's one of the stands. I'm just blanking.
That's okay. Everyone's nervous. Can provide recent corporate sponsors who have used us, including Audible Inc. and Bloomberg for reference. At this point in the conversation with Mr. Lerner, what were you thinking?
Well, I thought that he has a sponsor, a corporate sponsor, who's willing to pay because that's what he told me.
Okay. Is he an Afghan?
No, clearly not.
All right. So then, Corey, can we go down? There we go. Then he says, I'm not corporate. What is the C for? Just transportation?
That's what it says, and of course that contradicts what he told me earlier, that he had a sponsor or was a sponsor himself. Now he says he's not corporate and seems to be under the impression that this is an Uber service or something like that.
Okay. Were you upset that he had misrepresented to you?
Of course. I mean, I don't recall the exchange, but this is pretty clear now. In reading it, I was being misled.
So you write back just transportation with 2 question marks?
That's what I said.
You can't be serious? Good luck, Dave.
That's right.
And why couldn't he be serious?
Well, because of what he just said, is it just transportation? We talked a lot yesterday about how complicated this type of thing is. It's not just for a car to drive you somewhere. It's much more. And by this time, I'd been doing this for a while with Audible, Bloomberg, and the people that I was engaging with, people like Eduardo Janney, who's a former Force Reconnaissance Marine. I didn't have to explain this to him because it's common sense in our space. So at this point, it's very clear this guy has no idea what he's talking about.
And so at this point, did you believe he was actually trying to get anybody out, or was he just, well, what do you think he was trying to do?
I felt this was very similar to the engagement that we discussed yesterday with the other activist. And I do understand that there were and there are people that think everything is free and all Afghans can go magically to Europe or the U.S. But again, that's just not the world that we live in.
So then you say, have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get? Are you actually talking about people in your mind?
Overall.
This was not serious. The engagement was not serious. His question was not serious. So I gave him a flippant response that I regret in hindsight. But
And he understood that you were essentially saying you're a joke. Is that fair?
I can't tell you what he thought, but my impression was he was being a clown. That's what I'll call him, a clown. And I didn't really have time to engage in
Well, he assures you it's a serious question, he says afterwards, so he clearly thought you were making light of his thing. He says, no, it's a serious question. What does this get them? Right?
Objection, leading forum.
Overall.
Again, I can't speak for Mr. Lerner, but I mean, he's asking, it's what it says.
Right.
Is this a serious question?
And Mr. Court, can you scroll down a little bit? It's like you picked up faster this time, Zach. Waste somebody else's time by, and then at the bottom you blocked them?
That's what it says, and I blocked him immediately. And again, this is probably around the same time as the other engagement where we went back and forth for a while until things got heated. And I'd learned my lesson, so I said waste somebody else's time because that's what it was. It was a waste of time.
This American David Lerner, does he appear in CNN's correspondent segment?
I think he does.
We'll get there. Thank you, Corey. Take that down. Your Honor, I have a few exhibits that I just need to establish foundation for Mr. Young. Just want you know what I'm doing. So, I mean.
Your contractors will soon be asking for their 1099. Don't keep them waiting. Go to yearly.com, choose your plan, import your data, and check out. Yearly will do the rest. File in under 15 minutes.
And Zach, what are we looking at?
It's an email between myself and somebody from, who's this? From DynCorp, named Lisa Hayes Corbet.
And does it include things about your hourly? Can you show page 2 to the witness, please? Show things about your hourly rate at the time.
It does.
Your Honor, please offer Exhibit 36. Please Exhibit 36 in evidence.
Any objection?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, plaintiff 36 is admitted.
Thank you, Corey. You can take that down. Please Exhibit 74 in limited production, please. And Zach, what are we looking at?
This is an email between myself and Jason Jones from the Hero company that we talked about yesterday.
Does it relate to your evacuation business?
It does.
Your Honor, please offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 74 in evidence.
That's fine.
All right, plaintiff 74 is admitted.
Corey, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 298, please? Zach, what are we looking at?
This is something off of LinkedIn. James Daniels, the guy we just discussed, and also Jill Korneski, who is the other female activist that we talked about yesterday.
Did you capture these screen caps?
Yes, I did. My name's at the bottom.
And this is around the time, and do the posts, what do the posts relate to?
They're talking about the CNN piece.
Your Honor, please offer the Exhibit 298 in evidence.
Your Honor, I would object to anything after the first post on page 1. For the rest of the document, I would object to on hearsay grounds.
All I'm seeing on the screen is one page. How many pages is it?
It's 7 now.
So you don't have an objection to the first page?
The first post by Mr. Daniels, who's the mathematics teacher, an Afghanistan veteran, I have no objection to, but everything after that I object to.
How's the, no.
Well, Your Honor, sure. These are being offered to show the effect they had on Mr. Young. He testified earlier about people trolling him, and as you scroll down, you will see additional, especially like, Corey, can you show the judge the last page? Just, I mean, I can show you on all of them, but.
And Your Honor, sorry. Yeah. What I would point out is there's nothing on this document that establishes that these are to Mr. Young at all. These are just internet posts. This does not mention Mr. Young's LinkedIn page. I don't know how this could have any effect on him. It's not apparent from this document.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I can lay that foundation. Let me lay that foundation. Zach, how did these images get captured?
From me, I just said that.
Okay, and when you read these images at the time, when you were looking, did you see them online when you captured them?
They were online on LinkedIn.
And did they have an effect on you?
They had a tremendous effect on me.
And did that effect cause you to do certain things?
It put me into a tailspin mentally and emotionally, and I started just saving it, clicking, doom scrolling, I guess is the term. And I saw my name all over LinkedIn, and I won't talk about what's on the documents, but it was about me, and it was horrible.
Your Honor, with this new foundation, this would offer Exhibit 298 into evidence.
Are you any objection?
That's fine, Your Honor.
So no objection?
No objection.
All right. And what was number 78?
298, Your Honor.
To be admitted.
Corey, can we put 301? Plaintiff's Exhibit 301. What are we looking at, Zach?
It's a W-2 tax statement from DynCorp to me.
During the times that issue?
Yes.
Your Honor, please offer Exhibit 301 into evidence.
No objection.
Minus 301 is admitted.
Your Honor, Corey, can we put Plaintiff's Exhibit 318 in a limited production? What are we looking at, Zach?
This is something CNN produced. It's a screenshot of Alexander Marquardt's Instagram account where he's posting the segment.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 318 into evidence.
No objection.
All right. 318 is admitted.
I have one moment, Your Honor, just to confer.
You may.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. That concludes the document motion. Corey, can we put Plaintiff's Exhibit 122 on the screen? And this has been admitted into evidence, Your Honor. Mr. Hagan, of course, can you publish the data? What are we looking at here, Zach?
This is a screenshot CNN produced between myself and Katie Bo-Lillis, CNN reporter.
So you reach out on November 3rd, say, hey, Katie, nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evac requirements.
That's what it says.
Okay, why were you reaching out to Katie Bo-Lillis?
Because I'd had a discussion with Eduardo Janney from Bloomberg. He told me that, let me rephrase that, after that conversation, I was under the impression, based on that conversation, that CNN was interested in talking to me personally. So my assumption was maybe they need help with evacuations. So I was proactive and reached out to Katie Bo-Lillis, and I still don't understand how it it worked out that she happened to be the one that was doing this reporting on me. But I found her on LinkedIn and reached out.
Is it possible she saw your LinkedIn profile or something?
That's the only thing that makes sense to me is that, on LinkedIn you can see who's viewed your profile. Eduardo Janney just told me CNN's looking for me, and maybe Katie Bowe had viewed my profile. Otherwise, I don't know.
So the next line says, I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis.
I see that.
Is that true?
It's not entirely true. I'd mentioned that I'd done some evacuations for Hero that included journalists. That was one of his real areas of focus. So I took some liberty in my wording to Katie Bowe Lillis.
And did you do some work for Bloomberg as well?
Yes.
Also journalists?
Yeah, Bloomberg is a massive media conglomerate.
Would it have been fair to say you were in regular contact with journalists?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
How regularly were you in contact with journalists?
Say again?
How often how would you characterize your interactions with journalists?
I mean daily.
But not quite daily?
Not quite daily, but very frequently. I can't tell you how often. I mean, this was something that happened years ago. But again, Bloomberg, that's a media company. They have a lot of journalists that work for them.
All right. And then, sorry.
That's all.
Okay. And then it says, is CNN involved in rescue efforts and would they like to be? Right?
It does.
Okay. Seeing if they want to be a corporate sponsor, right?
That's right.
So can you scroll down? Katie Bowe says, love to talk to you a little bit about your operations. They're a good number. You give her your phone number. You can be available later. Right?
That's right.
And then you followed up. At the end again, is if you have requirements, which you might be able to set. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. Let's go now to the next step in that communication. Nice Exhibit 120. Which is also an evidence round. Okay, so this is a signal. What is this between you and Katie Bowe Lillis?
This is a signal message between myself and Katie Bowe Lillis.
And did you see at the top here this clock with the 1 week?
I do.
What does that mean?
It means that Katie Bowe Lillis has a self-destruct timer on her dialogue with me, which is why you're seeing my name at the bottom and not CNN.
Oh, can we actually take a look at that? Right. Okay. So let's jump back to the top of the message. So she writes, hey Zachary, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings. We can talk later, right?
That's right.
You say, hi Katie, unfortunately I'll be tied up. We'll circle back. You have requirements which I might be able to assist.
That's right. I was trying to be efficient. I was very busy, but I wanted to be available.
Straight to business.
Yep.
And so she
TD Cash lets you customize your cash back. Earn more where you spend the most.
I took it at face value, regrettably. She's told me that she's working on.
excuse me, you respond back, yes, I have heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected. I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. I'd rather not be named in any reporting. Did you think you could be clearer?
It's very clear as day.
So, she responds back, why don't we chat a little off the record, and I can give you a sense of what we're working on. You see that?
I do.
So she offered a phone call.
She did.
You say, sure, if you will agree, I won't be named in an article.
That's right.
Okay, so were you willing to talk to Katie Bowe Lillis?
Clearly, if she wanted, some unique perspective on the various options for evacuating out of a war zone or a failed state, I would have been happy to talk to her. But again, I'm a quiet professional, and I didn't want to be in, part of it.
She says, I can't promise that in advance, unfortunately, right?
She does.
And then tries to get you to get back on the off-the-record comment, right?
She does.
Basically, I can't do that. All right, this next message, Corey, it's cut off and it's reproduced on the next page. Let's, okay. She says if it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have this story straight, and to make your case to keep your name out of it. You see that?
Yes.
What do you understand her to be telling you?
It says just exactly what you read, that they're working on a story. They want to make sure that they get the facts right, and to make your case to keep your name out of it. So, I'm starting to get a little suspicious at this point. I described my background yesterday. I'm pretty good at reading people, even if I'm not in front of them. So this seemed odd.
Sitting here today, do you think she was telling you the truth when she said they give you an opportunity to keep your name out of it?
No, I mean, sitting here today, we've gone through discovery. I've seen what was going on back at CNN before this happened, and in my opinion,
Objection.
So then she says, I'm a straight shooter. Was she a straight shooter, Zach?
no, she was not a straight shooter.
I'll be frank with you about where we are. Was she frank with you about where she was?
Couldn't be less frank.
Why do you say that, Zach?
Again, now that I've had the benefit of discovery,
Objection. If Your Honor would like a sidebar, I can explain it then.
Yeah, yeah. Good.
We're not going to get into what you saw, Mr. Young. We're going to move on. So you say to her, what's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? There are a lot of people involved in these efforts the past few months. What's your interest in me specifically? Right?
that's what it says.
And Miss, can we scroll down, Corey? And Katie Lillis dodges the question. Does Katie Lillis answer the question?
No, she keeps pushing for that phone call.
You find that to be a straight shooter?
No, it seems like there's, to me, it feels like something is being hidden.
So you write back if, I think you meant to write I'd, right? Is that a typo?
It's a typo.
Okay, I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak.
That's right. I mean, I think that's a reasonable inquiry. I'd like to be able to be efficient and give her, you know, the information that would be helpful.
Were you being a straight shooter?
I was.
And then Corey, this message is reproduced that we've been doing in full. Oh, wait, actually, I forgot it's black. Can you go up 1 second so we can see what's under the date? We've been doing a series of stories, okay? Let's go down, Corey. We've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get people out. Do you see that?
I see it.
Did you understand her to be telling you about this just a generic story about different evacuation models?
I mean, that's leading.
It's the same.
What did you understand her to be telling you about the nature of her story, Zach?
It's in the words on the screen, various general, various different models. It sounds to me like we're talking about background information, lay of the land.
Okay. And actually, she uses that word, doesn't she?
She does, I don't recall exactly when.
Understand you're working
Oh,
on
it's
them,
right in front of me.
too, and just want to talk about the lay of the land, right?
That's what she says.
Did she just want to talk about the lay of the land?
No, my feelings are, she did not just want to talk about the lay of the land.
Was the story CNN published about generic evacuation models?
I don't feel that it was.
Was it about you operating in a black market?
I felt that it was.
So let's scroll down a little bit. Okay, I'd be happy to talk and help you understand what's actually been effective and what is not, but would still prefer to not be named in any article as a condition to talking with you. I know there are many adore attention, I'm not, right?
That's right. As I said, quiet professional.
Okay, so were you willing to talk to CNN?
Absolutely. I would have not continued to engage with her if I wasn't willing to.
Were you willing to explain to her the ins and outs of the evacuation business as you've been explaining to the jury?
If she was sincerely, and I had doubt at this point, interested in the general options and lay of the land, of course.
And what did you want? What's what you wanted? Did you want money in return?
I didn't ask for anything in return.
Oh, one thing.
Oh, except to not be named in the story.
So would you have educated Katie Bo-Lillis if she agreed?
I would have been happy to.
Did she agree?
No,
Why not?
because that clearly was not the nature of her story. She was lying.
Objection, move to strike.
Sustain. And jury is instructed not to, or to disregard the last statement Mr. Young made.
So in the next message, also, FYI, in the past 24 hours, former sponsors have come forward requesting me to sign NDAs referencing CNN. Like me, they prefer discretion. You see that?
I do.
And who asked you to sign NDA?
Bloomberg did. Eduardo Janney did.
Is it common in the intelligence profession to kind of obfuscate on exactly who your clients' requests are?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Yeah. I mean, why did you say sponsors if it was just Bloomberg?
I mean, it's not just Bloomberg. I'm giving him as an example because he's the one who told me about CNN and then wanted an NDA. Clearly, I didn't move forward with the NDA. Usually those come in the beginning of a business relationship, not at the very end. So the request for the NDA put me off, and I was just emphasizing to Ms. Willis that discretion is part of this business, and it's not just me, it's in general.
And is part of discretion not, revealing which source and who exactly is making requests of you?
Of course, we talked about the need to know concept yesterday, and source protection, the same applies across the board.
So you say sponsors to keep it vague.
Correct.
Okay, I'm also aware of others who view our success as competition to their own models.
I said that.
Okay. And then, Corey, can we go to the next page? It's hard to imagine anyone competing in this environment. But some of these non-profits, you put in quotes, organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed, have raised millions of donations to charter insanely expensive aircraft from their friends, and most don't even work out. You see that?
I do.
Did you touch on this concept yesterday?
I did. I talked about how, when you have a nonprofit raising millions of dollars for evacuations, and there's an aircraft that has a capacity of 150 people, and you have 30,000 names wanting to get on that aircraft, good luck. But you might have better chances playing the lottery, which is why I was focusing on corporations that wanted specific people. But I also mentioned that a lot of these efforts that I was aware of were totally ineffective. They spent the money on aircraft and couldn't even land.
And was you say insanely expensive aircraft from their friends, and most don't work out. That part, I want you to focus on that part. Were there operations that were just funneling donation money to charter companies?
You see, I keep putting nonprofit in quotes because nothing is free. Aircraft aren't free. And the UAE is a common place to set up these aircraft operations. And the people that actually do the charter and have the aircraft, they are not nonprofits. Nonprofits are using the donations to pay people a lot of money for this aircraft.
And then did they get them out?
I'm aware of several successes, and I'm aware of many more failures.
So do you know if the charter companies kept the millions of dollars?
Of course, that's the way it works. It's when you charter an aircraft and they make plans with you instead of someone else, it's a sunk cost. You don't get a refund.
Was CNN's story about people ripping off charities?
No, it wasn't.
Let's go to the next message. Katie Willow says, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is you're asking for $75,000 for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15,000 for a single person to the UAE. That seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money. See that?
I see that.
Were you listening to the judge reading the instructions in the beginning of the case?
Yes.
Remember what he said about the word exorbitant?
I do.
What did he say?
I think he said it's opinion.
Is Katie Willis injecting her opinions into your conversation?
She is, and she's, I understand she's a layperson, and that seems high to a journalist sitting in Washington, D.C.
Did she approve of your work?
It doesn't read to me that way, no.
And then let's go to the next message. Pricing, you know what, this is cut off, so let's go to the next one. I think it's reproduced in full in the next. There we go. Pricing always depends on local resource availability, at a given time in a highly unstable environment. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. What did you mean by that, Zach?
I meant exactly what I said. It's not for Afghans. Even if they had the money, it couldn't have been for Afghans. And it's an unstable environment, which it seems like that doesn't need to be explained if you know anything about Afghanistan. But I took the time to try to, educate her a little. It's an unstable environment and it's highly volatile.
Corey, can you take the highlight off the first part of the sentence? Let's just leave no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. Highlight it for a minute. Zach, could you have been clear about who you were working with?
I don't think so.
In fact, you go on. Rather, we've focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need to kill this variety. Right?
Correct, and this goes back to what I just said. You have an aircraft that can take 150 people, but you have 30,000 on it that are all saying, I'm about to be killed, without being able to vet that.
Zach, I want you to focus on the words on the page here. Mm-hmm. Could you have been clearer to CNN about who you were working with?
No.
Could you have been clearer to CNN about who you expected to pay?
No.
Could you have been clear to CNN about whether or not Afghans could afford to pay for evacuations?
No, they couldn't. And I told her.
Did she listen?
No.
Let's go to the next message, please. When we can ensure delivery for less, we do, but it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging. Is that a true statement? Zach?
It's a true statement.
So I think this is cut off. Let's go to the next message. So I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case. Will you ask if he has a sponsor to cover the $15,000 costs? When you didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. Pause there for a second, Zach. I think we looked at that one, right?
We did.
That's the one where you blocked the guy?
Correct.
So did you believe at this moment that CNN was aware of exactly what had happened?
It sounds like she is.
Okay. You did not engage?
No, I didn't.
Then she says that's not exactly lining up sponsors, right?
Correct.
Not quite what you said. You said aligning corporate sponsors, right?
I said aligning. I mean, aligning to me means I'm trying to find corporations that want to do evacuations. Lining them up.
Was Katie Willis injecting her opinions here again?
She is.
Can you point to some cases where you successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case? Some other folks engaged in this kind of work we spoke to have characterized your prices as inflated. Do you know who she's referring to?
I do.
Who?
I mean, she's talking about people like the activist and maybe others.
So I want to understand if this is a for-profit model for non-understanding, right?
That's right.
Looks like this message, you had to click read more. So do you remember what was under it?
I don't.
All right, we'll leave it with the recent oh, this is cut off. Let's go down. We'll leave it with the recent sponsors to whom you have already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes with or without NDA. Right?
I see that.
So you told Katie Willis to contact who?
Bloomberg told me about this, so I'm telling her to go back to Bloomberg and ask them if they would like to have a call with Katie Willis. And I would maintain professionalism, with or without the NDA. It wouldn't be appropriate.
We're not in any rush.
That's what she says.
Did you think CNN was going to give you 2 hours to comment?
She says she's not in a rush, so that's what I took it as. Not, you have 2 hours.
Did you think there was any urgent story that was coming out about you on November 3rd?
I would have had no way to know that.
She says, getting it right is why I'm talking to you.
That's what she said.
She was a straight shooter.
That's what she said.
Was she?
No.
Let me rephrase this question. Can you explain why it costs $75,000 for a single viewer to get into Pakistan or $15,000 to UAE? How does the math work? She's back at her questions about costs.
She is.
You respond back. No, I can't, because I'm not on the ground and don't understand the challenges. When I find options that works, I try to find candidates. Scroll down. And you sent a bunch of screenshots to her.
I did.
You say, I do quite well. Hold on, Corey, can we magnify this screenshot? So, do you know what we're looking at?
I do.
What is this?
It's a bit blurry, but it's a screenshot between me and someone named Ken McCoy.
And what is this on the top, this picture here? It says Ahmed Zubair Nouri. What is that?
That's an Afghan name, and it looks like it is a general contracting identification badge. So I assumed he was probably at some point working for a defense contractor. It's in English, and he's Afghan.
So you say, anything you can do for this guy.
That's right.
Why are you reaching out to McCoy?
Well, because this person was already in Pakistan, and he was already part of the official government process called the SIV, the Special Interest Visa. It's a long process, but it tells me that this is a person who's already in the official process. He's already met the standards for potential resettlement to the U.S., which isn't something that I was involved in. That's a government function. I'm not a government So I referred him to Ken McCoy, who I understand is a former intelligence officer for the Department of Defense and was very much connected to the official State Department side of this.
Were you trying to help Ahmed Zubair Nouri?
I was.
What does Mr. McCoy say? If he's in Peshawar, there is a U.S. consulate nearby. He should go to Post 1, USMC, and ask to speak with Consular Affairs if he has an NVCIV number, and so on, right? I know that we need to spend time on it, but Mr. McCoy provided feedback for Mr. Nouri?
Good feedback.
And did you put them in touch?
I did.
Did CNN report on your efforts to try to help some Afghans?
They had it, clearly.
Did they report on it?
No.
They were tough but fair?
If they say so.
One second, Serena. Can we bring, I think, exhibit 115 up, Corey? I think it's been.
115 admitted. Check. It's 115.
Hold on until the judge confirms.
Okay. Yeah. I was just concerned because you said, I think it's admitted.
We rely on a lot of this. I'm up here talking, Judge, but there's a lot of people behind me,
I just want to make sure.
Can we zoom in on this conversation? All right. Oh, okay. I might be able to do that. Okay, there's one I can't, you know what, I think, Corey, it's backwards, this. So go to the, I think they come in backwards in reverse chronological order. Yeah, let's go in there. Okay, Zach, first of all, do you recognize these messages?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, and that's the case, we'll take them down. All right. Let's go back to the Katie Willills conversation. We're looking at this exhibit 120. Thank you. And is that the end of it, or does it keep going? I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Did you warn Katie Willills that she's being misled?
Yeah, like I said, I like to think I have fairly good instincts, and clearly there's something else going on.
Please make sure you have your facts aligned before taking a few text messages and running with it.
That was good advice.
Did she follow your good advice?
No, she didn't.
Okay, this ends, but we have more of that conversation and less of that conversation from CNN. Let's go at exhibit 136, please. That is in evidence, Judge. And this is produced by CNN. See at the bottom left, CNN 00053.
That's right, yes.
All right. So, odd. These aren't screenshots like yours. This is a photo of a phone, right?
A phone with looks like a broken screen.
Or broken screen protector.
Or that.
Yeah. Oh, can you zoom out for a second, Corey? Now, this is a lot of the conversation. And so this is produced by CNN, and this is a lot of the conversation. It's missing some at the top, right?
It is.
And she has her name saved as Zach, right?
She does.
And then it says, okay, I'd be happy to help you understand what's actually been effective. We've been through this, right?
Yep, same stuff.
Scroll down, please, Corey, to the next page. We're happy to talk. We've seen this. Former sponsors have come forward. We've seen this. Keep going. It's hard to imagine anyone competing. We've seen this. And now wait, hold on, Corey. Go back up a second. We had more of the conversation, right?
We did.
Yeah. She doesn't have it, right?
No, because she had the self-destruct.
Well, I mean, I don't know. She's snapped
Maybe
a picture
that's-
of it. Yeah. Let's not speculate.
Okay.
But there's missing, right?
So, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the bottom page. Now, this one we haven't seen before, and there's a message above it that, you recall what you said in that message above?
No.
CNN didn't produce it to you?
No, they didn't.
Okay. So she's got just your response, right?
That's right.
So, sitting here today, can you remember what you told her?
No, I can't.
All right, so correct. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to help to be able to pay evacuation costs, which I noted are highly volatile and based on environmental realities.
The same thing we went over, yeah.
You told her again.
Yeah.
Okay. Did she listen this time?
No, still didn't listen.
No. This is due to the fact that unlike the non-profits, you're talking about the non-profits you're talking about earlier.
We went over that, yep.
Okay. We do not have raised mountains. We have not raised mountains of donation cash to charter aircraft from friends. Down. A week passes. I'm going to fast forward you to November 10th, okay? Corey, let's put up PX 135. It's in evidence. Not in evidence, sorry. PX 135, please just put it to limited production. I'm sorry.
No objection.
Admitting.
PX 135.
Okay.
All right.
On our plan, submit
Plaintiff's
offer.
135 will be admitted.
Corey, can we, Mr. Hagan, can we?
Yeah, he's-
publish? Thank you, Chair. Who's this guy?
That's Alexander Marcard from CNN.
He the main architect of the story?
He is.
Scroll down. November 10th. We're one day before what?
One day before they went live and published the video.
CNN say anything to you in the week that transpired?
No, it was completely silenced.
Can we scroll down for a little bit, Corey, just see the bottom? This is your document, right?
Yeah, that came from me.
Local time in Vienna, right?
That's correct. It was 8:42.
What time you go to bed?
It varies, but sometimes earlier, sometimes a bit later.
Did you get this message before you went to sleep?
I doubt it.
Did Do you remember if you got it before you went to sleep?
I don't remember it day by day. I mean, it was a long time ago, but if somebody writes me at 8:42 at night, chances are I'm offline, either asleep or winding down.
Do you have a memory of getting something from a CNN reporter and then putting your phone down, going to sleep?
No, I mean, that would be crazy.
Okay. Hi, Zachary, are you there? This is Alexander Marquardt. Alex Marquardt from CNN. I know you've been speaking with a colleague of mine. I tried calling you last week, but you did not pick up. Did you get a call from Mr. Marquardt?
No,
Did you get a voicemail from Mr. Marquardt?
no,
We're going to be running a piece in which we detail your interaction. Can you scroll up for 1 second? Does Signal show missed calls?
it does.
Is there a missed call here?
No, there's no missed call.
Okay, let's scroll down. We're going to be running a piece in which we detail your interactions with people inquiring about your services and prices to evacuate people from Afghanistan. They've now told you.
Yeah,
I wanted to give you a chance to explain why they are so high. Would you prefer to answer questions by text or on the phone? Thank you, right?
that's right.
Let's scroll down, please, Corey.
Oh, I want to point out that message was very different than what Katie Bowe was telling me.
He told you they're going to run a story about you.
Now it's about me.
Now you know.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're the next day at 5:53 p.m. Came in at 8:42, so 21 hours later or so.
That sounds right.
Okay, so in less than 24, oh, sorry, can you go back up, Corey, to the first message? All the way up to the first message. Does Mr. Marquardt tell you that they're about to publish a story tomorrow?
No, he doesn't.
Does he tell you there's a time sensitivity to this story?
He does not.
Does he tell you it's urgent?
No, he doesn't.
Does he give you a deadline by when to respond?
No, he doesn't.
Were you under the impression you had to respond right away?
Definitely not.
Okay.
In reading this, it's not in there.
So let's go to the next message. You respond nonetheless in less than 24 hours, right?
That's right.
Is that an acceptable turnaround time in your business?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you say, "Hi, Alexander. Please provide a list of questions as well as the facts and assertions about me you intend to publish. I will need some time to review and provide comment," right?
Yes, that's completely reasonable.
Took the question out of my mouth. Mr. Marquardt says, "Thank you for responding. This piece is running this afternoon, DC time. That's why I reached out yesterday." Shame on you, Mr. Young, for not responding earlier. "I will send you my questions and deadlines ASAP," right?
That's right.
You respond back, "That's not a realistic deadline," right?
I write that 5 minutes later.
"I will need a few days to review and provide comment."
That's correct.
Why would you need a few days to review and provide comment?
I mean, now it seems this has turned into something serious. There's going to be a surprise CNN hit piece, we know, with me. So I wanted to have some reasonable time to at least defend myself and clarify, at least give my side of the story.
Do you want to talk to any professionals?
Of course, I would have wanted to talk to probably a few professionals,
Like who?
lawyers, and also people from my background, because now you've heard about my background yesterday. When you hear that a mega news entity like CNN is about to hit you with a surprise investigation report, you want to consult with a few people that can help you understand what's happening.
This moment you knew that if CNN said false things, your whole business could be in trouble.
More than my business. More than my business.
I'm sorry, I tried to reach out last week on LinkedIn. You did not accept my request. Did you get a request from Mr. Marquardt on LinkedIn, Zach?
No.
I called you last week and I texted you yesterday. Did he call you last week? Did you receive a call?
We just saw
I know you don't know what he did, but did you receive a call?
No. And we just saw the top of this chain on LinkedIn or on Signal. It shows when someone has made a call or if you've missed a call,
If it goes through.
if it goes through.
He texted you yesterday.
That's right.
Well, that's true, right?
It is.
All to no avail, right?
That's right.
I will let you know what the deadline is. He's going to let you know, right?
That's right.
It's his deadline, right?
He's the reporter.
He's the publisher?
He's the publisher.
Let's go to the next question, please. You provided some answers to my colleague, which we may use as well.
That's correct.
This is, can we scroll down for a minute? Up to down more, is that the end? That's the end, okay. So, oh, there we go. 6:06 p.m. Austrian time. Can you do that conversion? If not, I can pull up Marquardt's version, and that'll give us the local time. Hold on.
This is the local time in Austria.
Right, I'm looking for local time in New York.
Okay. Should be 12:06.
12:06. You can do it in your head. Okay. So we'll see Mr. Marquardt's version anyways in a minute. Okay, so go up, please, again. So at 12:06, he tells you, I need your answers at the latest by 2 p.m. Eastern, right?
That's right, so less than 2 hours.
So, oh, he said, yeah. So in 2 hours. A few minutes less than 2 hours.
That's right.
All right. 1 hour, 54 minutes.
That's correct.
Spot on 6 minutes? No. All right. Can you break down the extremely high prices for evacuations you're asking? I have seen your conversations with others, charging $75,000 for a car to Peshawar, $14.5 for a flight to UAE, another $4K to get to Albania. Others involved in evacuations have said your prices are too high. So, question one, can you break them down? Do you want to talk to somebody about that before you answered it?
Of course not.
Did you want to talk to somebody besides Mr. Marquardt before you answered it?
Of course, I would have wanted to talk to somebody to get a better understanding of what's about to happen.
And how CNN might use the information?
Of course, I have no idea.
Are you making money off of this? If so, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out?
That's what it says.
Okay. Were you profiting off of the Afghans?
Never.
Who were you taking money from?
Corporations. And CNN knew it.
Hear the judge say in the beginning of the case that you didn't take any money from Afghans?
It's already decided.
Okay. Did you want to talk to somebody before you figured out how to tell CNN that they're about to defame you?
Of course, I would have wanted to talk to somebody before answering any of these questions.
Do you want a lawyer to reach out to CNN and say, hey, don't do that?
That'd be a good idea.
Can we scroll down to the rest of the message? Go a little bit. We intend to show a conversation with Jill Cornett. Get cut off. That's the woman we discussed yesterday, right?
It is.
Okay. Did you want to talk to somebody before they publish that stuff about you?
Of course.
All right. Question from Marquardt's goes on. I think we have more of it in Marquardt's version. Let's take a look. Give me 1 second. All right, while we work on that, let's do the rest of this, and then we'll get the rest done. So you then say that's definitely not a realistic deadline. What's not a realistic deadline?
The 1 hour and 54 minutes that he was offering.
In any case, I can tell you for sure,
For sure.
some of your facts / assertions are not accurate.
That's correct.
And if they are published, I will seek legal damages.
Again, this is before talking to any lawyers, but that was on my mind.
Now you knew CNN was about to publish about you.
That's right.
And now you told them that if they go forward with their false news, their fake news, you were going to sue them, right?
That's what I said. Not in those words, but that was the message.
1 hour, 54 minutes before he told you they were going to go to air, right?
That's right.
Did they go to air?
They did.
Did they heed your advice?
No, they ignored it. They didn't even pump the brakes.
Did they care that you told them it was false?
No.
Let's go down. Can you clarify which ones? Here are the figures presented by you. Some more screenshots. Can we go on that one, Corey? Can we go to 129? Sorry, is 129 Ninja? It is. Same conversation from Mr. Marquardt's side, right?
That's right, it says CNN at the bottom, so this came from them.
Okay. No outgoing call.
I still don't see where he made a call to me on their version.
Okay. Hey, Zachary, you mean because there'd be an outgoing call thing here?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not there?
Not there on his side either.
But he called you last week.
That's what he said.
Hey, Zachary, are you there? This is Alexander Marker from CNN. We read all this, right? Corey, we're just going to run through it. I just want to go to can you zoom back out? Not a realistic deadline. I tried to reach you. Let's go down. Here. We intend to show a conversation with Jill Kornetsky in which you tell her to fuck off after calling her a spiteful bitch. Would you like to comment on that exchange?
That's what he says.
Did you want to talk to somebody before you responded?
Definitely.
What is your relationship with the CIA? You told one person you were a former case officer, told another that you are a current knock. Did you tell people that?
No, I didn't.
We intend to use this quote. We don't have any more, right?
We don't have any more than that.
Corey, is there more to this message on the next page? No. Okay. So, wait, go back up, Corey. So they also did an experiment, right?
That's right.
This is not, again, we saw the realistic deadline. Let's scroll down. He then sends you screenshots of all the different things, right?
Yes.
Now, Corey, can we zoom back out a little bit, please? So this is he includes down here the F off, right? The fuck off.
That's right.
Here's where you told Jill to fuck off, he says to you, right?
That's right. He shows me the messages.
Did he put the messages in context?
No. He's zeroing in on,
He just pulled
here's
out
the part.
the one you looked worst in, right?
That's right.
Okay, let's pull it back out. Scroll down. Here's where you said your former CIA. No, can you scroll up, Corey? I'm a former agency CO. Did you say which agency?
I didn't say which agency.
You know how Mr. Marquardt knew that you were... You know why Mr. Marquardt was under the impression that you were former CIA?
I can't.
Section. Foundation.
Saying that, based on where we are, or what testimony we have thus far.
Understood. Let's scroll down. He says, so which assertions are not accurate? I'm not accusing you of scamming. He didn't publish that you were scamming, did he?
No, he didn't.
I'm simply pointing out, I'm simply pointing out the prices are very high, and I'm providing you explanation that sponsors are expected and the environment is volatile.
That's right. Again, he's picking out little pieces that he likes.
I'm not going to say you're scamming, and I'm going to stick in somewhere that you said about sponsors, right?
But I'll use these little things that I like.
Zachary, any thoughts? Question mark? What was going on in your head now?
I mean, even looking at it now, it's starting to make me I didn't like it.
Let's take it. It's okay, Zach. Let's move on. Forgive me, I forgot the schedule you wanted to abide by. I'm at a place where it makes sense to take a short break. If you were going to provide one, I can keep going if you'd prefer.
Just going to go about 10, 15-ish.
Okay, so I was going to start.
Hang on, let me do this. How are y'all doing? Y'all want a break or want to keep going for about another 20 minutes?
Keep going.
Keep going? All right. Yeah, we'll go to about 10, 15.
Perfect. Zach, did you hear in the opening statement Mr. Axelrod saying that we didn't show the segment?
Yes, I heard him say that.
He said we had an hour, right?
That's right.
Did he leave off context?
In my opinion, yes, it seemed that way.
What was the context he left off?
I mean, he picked out parts, the same that Mr. Marquardt did. He picked out the parts that he liked that fit the theatrical narrative.
You want
He left
to,
out the rest.
you want to,
Objection, relevance. It's not true.
Sure is. Sorry.
The question was about, did Mr. Oxford show
Well,
the
no,
same?
he asked what context he left out. I'll overrule the objection.
Mr. Roche under the impression he had 40 minutes?
I'm sorry, can you?
Was Mr. Roche under the impression he had 40 minutes?
Objection.
Hang on. Yeah.
Sorry, withdrawn, Your Honor.
I'll sustain an objection. I mean,
Understood.
what's the relevance or what
Your Honor,
have you?
it's just there
But
was a
anyway,
good faith mistake.
I'll
so-
sustain the objection.
Understood. I know you don't love watching, Zach, but we gotta go through the second.
Yep, okay,
Okay?
let's do it.
All right. Let's start with, Eric, we have a brief sidebar.
Understand now you all want to break? Correct.
Just me.
Was that?
Just me.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do it now, since we kind of broke up the questioning anyway with our little sidebar here. Go ahead and put your notepads in your folders there, and when you leave, just leave them on your seats. Let me give the instruction to you. We're about to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with this trial except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel. And when we come back, if you do use your phones, just make sure they're off before we come back in the courtroom. Why don't you just gather back up in the juror lounge at like 1:15-ish, and 10:15-ish. Dropping the zero. We're going to take a long break at 10:15, and we'll get back in here and get rolling. All right, we'll be in recess till then. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything else we need to talk about, or just
Not for plaintiff.
take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, if you
Yeah, exactly. Like,
You can be seated. Well, you can be seated now, and then you're going to get back up when the jurors come back. We'll make this calisthenics. You ready? What, is this on the record, or?
Yeah, please.
All right.
Your Honor, it relates to the dictionary exhibit we discussed earlier. I understand. I just want to make a record for ourselves. As I said before, I was not involved in compiling the exhibits, and now I've gotten a chance to look at what Mr. Axelrod was referring to, and there's a portion of the exhibit that says usage is automatically compiled from the web or something like that, and then it has some like excerpts that must have like a crawler and put in, and it's part of the web page. If Your Honor is going to keep that exhibit admitted, then we just want to file, just lodge a hearsay objection because it's inappropriate. It's not part of the dictionary. It's an automatic brought in from the web page. So we don't think it should be part of the record. It's inappropriate, and it's not the dictionary we offered. Again, I didn't see it. We have the real dictionary here that has just the definition, and that's the one we would like to use. But I understand, if the court's going to roll, the court's going to roll. I just want to make my record.
All right. You moved it into evidence? It's in evidence.
Well, I moved the first page into evidence, Your Honor. Then they objected.
You wanted the first page, then you sent them pages 1 through 9.
And then I was told,
They said that's fine.
and I was
that's
told
when
it was
you
all
moved into evidence.
advertisement. Yeah, and then I was told it was all advertisements. We were moving the definition in. My understanding was the online was the exact same as the prison. That's not true. That was a mistake on my part, but one that I didn't know. I've now looked at it. I see that it's got inadmissible hearsay on it. The court's been redacting hearsay off documents all day. It should be redacting that too.
Why would I exclude hearsay if there's an objection to it? In this case, that was what was proffered, and that's what they agreed to, and that's what moved into evidence.
Okay, I understand what the court's saying.
My point is if we'd done this like 45 plus days ago, when my order says exchange your exhibits, pre-mark them, and agree as to the admissibility, we wouldn't be having this problem on the third day of trial. But since you guys can't do that, you moved it into evidence. They said no objection. It's in evidence. It's staying in evidence, and that's what it is. If there are any other exhibits that have not been exchanged, not been pre-marked, not been anything else, they're going to be excluded from this trial. This case has been going on for 2.5 years. We've been set for trial for over a year, and we've got exhibits that are showing up within the last week. And this is on both of y'all. Defense isn't excluded from this because obviously we had the issues with the videos or the teasers. But again, all of this would have been resolved had y'all sat down. You do a good job of coordinating throughout this case, talking to each other before motions filed. I don't understand why there was a problem with this where we've got a slew of exhibits that are showing up in the last week. You made your record. I made my ruling. Let's not argue it anymore. It's done. All right?
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, what do you want to bring up now, Mr. Axelrod? I was actually doing a calculation of whether I should just sit down. But this will be very short. Going back to the issue that I raised at sidebar about the openings, Mr. Roche said to the jury, did CNN care? No, they published the Jake Tapper story anyway. The segment itself is 4 minutes long, and I have some evidence I still want to get through with you, and I have limited time. He made the argument, or the opening statement, as you pointed out at sidebar, to the jury that he did not have time to show the segment because he had limited time. That was not true. I then made the point, consistent with the pretrial consent order, that each side had an hour, and he had only used 40 minutes. He had plenty of time. And then Mr. Friedman just went up with this witness and then made the countervailing suggestion to the jury that I was somehow misleading them or that they made some type of mistake, when the pretrial order is pretty darn clear. So the very limited relief that I'm asking the court to do is just instruct the jury that the parties both agreed that they had 1 hour to make opening statements. Beneath the end.
I'm not going to do that. And I'm also instructing y'all not to make any suggestions of the amount of time, whether it's in questioning Mr. Young or any other witness in this case on the plaintiff's side, to say that we even suggest we had a misinterpretation of what the time was. And I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. of trying to argue about the amount of time and whether something was shown or not. If there was a misperception of the amount of time on the plaintiff's side, that was their screw up because they agreed to an order. And they chose not to do it. You pointed that out during opening, that they chose not even to show the piece to them. You made your point. I think you got your point across in your opening, and let's not have any references to the amount of time or whether it was shown or not shown or whether we were under some mistake on our side, on the plaintiff's side, by our use of our time during opening. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else got anything they want to bring in?
No, sir.
If I did, I wouldn't.
Mr. Sanborn, good job. All right, we got the jurors back. Let's bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering?
And y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs.
Every time.
I don't understand why they go up when you get up.
It helps us, huh?
Practice for one.
And Your Honor, I've just advised Mr. Young of the order that we dealt with earlier.
You're in. No. Go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Zach, we're gonna go to the segments, okay?
Yep.
Can we queue up the X400, which is stipulated into evidence? Can Mr. Hagan, we publish that to the... Okay, before we start, who is this on the screen, Zach?
That is Jake Tapper from CNN.
Let's go ahead and play.
Desperate Afghans still trying to escape the country, being preyed on by folks demanding that they pay up big time to get out.
What is this?
It's very clear. He says the words. This story that's coming up next after the commercial is about people that are preying on Afghans, making them pay to get out, the Afghans to get paid to pay.
It's a big time, right?
He said big time.
Did CNN show this in their opening?
Say again?
Did CNN show this in their opening?
No, they didn't show this to you in the open.
Do you know what the gist is, the statement?
He just said it. You heard the gist out of Tapper's mouth.
Objection.
Are you asking in general what
Yes.
gist means, or the gist of this story?
General, I was just asking what the word gist means.
Apologize.
I'll overrule an objection to that question if you're just asking it in generic.
Do you know what the word gist means, Zach?
It does,
Generally?
I do. I mean, gist means, in summary, it's about this.
And what is Mr. Tapper doing here?
He's introducing what comes up after the commercial.
Did you prey on Afghans?
No, I did not prey on Afghans.
Did you make them pay big time to get out?
I didn't make them pay anything. They never paid anything. I was working for corporations.
Okay. Can we load up PX 350? Who is that on the left side, Zach?
That's Jake Tapper still.
Can we play the teaser?
They say they will help Afghans escape the country, but only for a price, a steep price. How desperate Afghans are being preyed upon. That's next.
Do you only agree to save Afghans if they paid a price?
No.
A steep price?
No.
Did you prey on Afghans?
No.
Did you tell CNN that you charged Afghans?
Told them the opposite.
All right, this flips to a commercial break. Let's jump to the next part. Corey, can you cue up the lead into the story?
In our worldly today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent residents of the U.S. from Afghanistan since August 31st. Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
Okay, Zach. What do you think of the lead-in from Jake Tapper?
It's a lead-in, and that means that what comes next is about what he just described.
What's wrong with the lead-in in your view?
A lot is wrong with it. You see it says Afghans trying to flee the Taliban face black markets. I mean, by itself, I don't know, but I know what comes next. It's the story that talks about two Afghans that I've never met or talked to, and then the rest of it's about me. So he's talking about this thing on the bottom. They call it a chyron or a banner. Mr. Axelrod called it. I'll call it a label. To me, it looks like a label. So this label says black markets, which means what it means. It means illegal. Exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success. That part's interesting to me because it's true. Very few things in life have guarantees. And when we're talking about evacuating someone from a war zone, or failed state, the idea that there should be some guarantee of safety or success is, I can't understand it. It's ridiculous. It's not real. It's fiction. So I agree with CNN. There's no guarantees. But to me, the way that I read it is, this is tied to the black markets, these illegal markets. These illegal markets can't guarantee safety or success, as opposed to the legal markets. Those do. They don't say it, but that, to me, that's what my mind reads. Black markets can't guarantee safety or success. What they could, others do, and they should. That's what I see. And then also, you see the red part, CNN investigation. It makes me feel like there was some deep dive investigation that, I should believe what I'm seeing. It was really planned out, and they did a lot of research. To me, that's what it looks like.
You mentioned this before, Zach, but what does the term black market mean to you?
It means illegal activity or illicit activity.
Did you do anything to confirm your understanding of the term black market?
I had a lot to unpack after this happened, and I started questioning, what am I missing here? Because it means what it means. It's an obvious definition. But I actually looked it up just to confirm that I'm not losing my mind. And I was right. It means what it means. Words do mean what they mean.
Did you look it up on, where'd you look it up?
I Googled it, and I looked it up in a couple dictionaries.
Can we queue up PX 308.1? What are we looking at, Zach?
This is from Google, defining black market as a noun. It says, an illegal traffic or trade in officially controlled or scarce commodities. And they give the example, they plan to sell meat on the black market.
Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, that's what it means.
Can we queue up PX 308.3? Looking at, oh, wait, Corey, we're looking at the American Heritage Dictionary?
That's correct.
Thank you, Corey. Can you read the two definitions?
It says, the illegal business of buying or selling currency or goods banned by a government or subject to government control, such as price controls or rationing. And then it also says, a place where such illegal business is carried on.
Corey, could you queue up PX 308.4? Up here on the top, Corey, there we go, Merriam-Webster definition.
That's right. That's Webster's.
Can you read the, scroll down, Corey, and can let Zach read the definition for us?
It says to buy or sell goods in the black market, using as a verb. You have to scroll down further, I think. And then it says illicit trade in goods or commodities in violation of official regulations, and also a place where such trade is carried on. Illicit trade.
And in violation of official regulations?
Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting because you brought up my contract from DynCorp, and they had the black market clause in there. They also understand what the word means.
Objection.
Basis.
Foundation, they also understand what the word means.
I can rephrase that.
Please, rephrase it for us.
I understand that based on reading the contract, that it's a universal understanding of what black market means.
Objection. He's not qualified to testify what the universal meaning of a word is.
I can rephrase.
Let me ask you a question, Zach.
Okay.
Re-ask me a question.
How did you interpret that clause of the contract?
How did I interpret that clause? I interpret it as this is a very standard clause in the defense space because they're especially concerned about reputations. It's especially important that they actually put it as standard verbiage in a contract, as DynCorp did.
In your perception, that label applied to you, would you have violated that contract?
If that label applied to me, I mean, that's what it said in the contract, and I would have been fired.
Objection. Speculation. Foundation. Move to strike.
All right. Jury, disregard Mr. Young's last response to.
In fact, it doesn't really matter because at the time you were doing your own business, you weren't working for Amentum anymore, right?
That's correct.
Let's go back to the second, Corey. Can we play it again?
These are the heavy steps of a young man trying to save his family. He's just 26 years old and lives in California. We can't show his face for the safety of his family in Afghanistan.
I'm desperate. The danger is imminent.
Since the chaotic international withdrawal from Afghanistan, his parents, siblings, and wife have been in hiding from the Taliban, who in the past, the young man says, have violently beaten his father, a doctor, and been angry with his mother, a women's rights activist who worked with the U.S.
Taliban left announcement to my parents that anybody who helped them find my parents or my family that ends up with their execution will gain a prize.
They put a bounty on your family's head.
Exactly. This is really serious. They went to our house. They destroyed every single thing.
Desperate, he turned to Facebook, finding people offering ways to get Afghans out of the country for a price.
That person came up to me and told me, hey, you know what, you got to pay $10,000 per person in order to be evacuated then.
Per person?
9, 10 people. It would be like $100,000, and I cannot provide $100,000 in cash. In a way, like even if I provide that money, there is no guarantee that they will be evacuated.
Zach, were you the person he messaged on Facebook?
No. I don't know who. I'd never met him. No, I still don't know who he is.
Have you ever interacted with him?
No.
These are the heavy steps of a young man Zachary Young, who is one of many advertising evacuation. According to Afghans and activists we've spoken with, desperate Afghans are now being exploited, like that young man, told that they can get them or their families out if they pay exorbitant, often impossible amounts.
For only one family, $50,000.
We Skyped with a father of 3 in Kabul who had just met with a man offering to get them on an evacuation flight list.
You want to leave the country? If you say yes, they're going to say, okay, pay first. I said, how we can pay that much money right now? It's only business matters. People are making $100,000 per day.
This man, whose identity we also need to hide, worked as a contractor for USAID. He's a special interest visa applicant for the U.S. The kind of Afghan citizen the Biden administration says they're working to evacuate. What is the U.S. doing that you know of to try to get you and your family out?
Unfortunately, they are not doing now anything. Up to 31st, they said everything is closed and it's finished. We did not receive anything back from U.S. Embassy or from any other organization.
So he went online, where he found a man named Zachary Young.
Did you meet with this man in Kabul like you described?
No.
Did you quote this man $50,000 to get his family out?
No.
Were you making hundreds of thousands of dollars per day?
No, I was not.
Do you know this person?
No.
What do you think of your face with the banner underneath it?
I don't like to see it. I've seen it a lot of times, and it still hits me. Like, brings back when it happened. But yeah, so that's me, blown up with the label underneath about Afghans, paying large sums of money to flee the country.
True.
Regarding me, there's no connection. There shouldn't be. I mean, obviously there's a connection to CNN.
Did you make demands of 10 to 14,000 of Afghans?
Never. In fact, I always told them, can't help you. Broke contact. I was only working for companies. I wasn't taking money from Afghans.
Can we keep going, Corey, please?
Zachary Young, who is one of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this week, "We can deliver." One LinkedIn user posted,
Back up.
That was fast. I barely caught that.
Yeah. Mr. Marquardt did put it in, right? With funding?
It was barely, I don't know if it was half a second, but yeah, it was there.
Okay, keep going, Corey, sorry.
Deliver. One LinkedIn user posted messages with Young where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan.
What name is up here, Zach?
My name and the blurry part?
The blurry one, yeah, the one blurred.
That's the David Lerner, the American. We saw the full version of our conversation. It was a conversation between me and an American, even though the label underneath the label says Afghans. So it's confusing to me. But there's also the theme, the black market theme on the label running throughout the entirety, including the part that is showing my face and, but this is showing the message, this message between me and an American, not an Afghan.
Tell the jury about your name being above the label.
I mean, that's my name, so in case there's any confusion, who the label applies to, there's my name. You saw my face before, so it seems pretty clear to me.
Corey, can we keep going, please?
He told another it would be $14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or Albania for another $4,000. Prices well beyond the reach of most Afghans. We got.
Can we go back? Thank you. Zach, your own words. Tell us about your face, your name.
It's just more of the same. You see, there's my face and my name this time. It's taking a clip of a quote that I put out to, I forget who this is, but they took a little piece, and they slapped it up there on the screen with my name, my face, and then the label that says, that's the guy that's involved in black markets. No guarantee of safety or success, even though to me it implies, because it's part of this black market stuff, that's why he can't even guarantee it, as if that existed, which, as I said before, it just doesn't. It's fiction.
Afghans. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up.
Mr. Markert says he called you here. He saw a phone ringing.
I saw a phone ringing and his hand shaking a little. That was my observation.
What's happening?
I mean, this is a scene where he's trying to call me. Looks like he's trying to. I can't speak for him. In my impression, he's making a scene to prove that he reached out and gave me a chance to talk. That's what it means to me. I've seen more. I don't know if you want me or if I'm able to add a little more explanation to this, but.
No, I don't think there's a question.
Okay.
What more have you seen?
Objection.
I think I know where he was going. Is it an evidence?
I assume it's things that he's seen after filing this lawsuit.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to say. I mean,
I have a get it. All right. Well, I'll sustain the objection for now. Lay a foundation if you're going to ask him a further question.
I know you don't know what Mr. Markert did, but did your phone ring?
No, it didn't.
Possible he called you and your phone just didn't ring?
I don't know how it's possible, but I'll say sure in an imaginary world.
Let's keep going.
In a text message, he told CNN that Afghans trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young says are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. Young repeatedly declined to break down the costs or say if he's making money. Back in California, the young Afghan American...
Get back up a second. Again, one more time to the message.
So again, this is,
One more time to the message. Played across the screen for you. 2 seconds. That one. There we go. So again, he had across the screen stuff about sponsors, right?
he did.
And tell the jury how you felt about your messages and the label on the screen.
I mean, this is another example where there's a little clip of a quote from me, which is true. That is, those are my words. And what I was saying was correct, that if they have sponsors behind them, that I could help them. But then you see this label again underneath it that I don't know if it contradicts directly or, I mean, it says the same stuff. Black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success, following all the other clips we just saw about desperate Afghans.
Young repeatedly declined to break down the costs or say if he's making money. Back in California, the young Afghan American tells us even though he can't pay, he's still pleading to get his family out.
I have sent tons of texts asking these people, begging them to evacuate my family. If I don't be able to evacuate them within the next 2 weeks, I think I will lose them all. I think I will lose them all, my family.
And just moments ago, that...
Back it up 2 seconds for me. During opening statement, did you hear Mr. Axelrod talk about not really about you?
I heard him make that argument, yeah.
Play, please.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he
Marquardt say that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young?
I heard him say that. It's part of this theme where there's the desperate Afghan, then me, then the desperate Afghan again, then me. Didn't see any other faces, though. The rest of them were blurred out, not mine. It was blown up all over the world. I didn't see any of their names, just mine. So I have a hard time logically understanding how it's supposedly not about me.
After he said that man offering those evacuations, Zachary Young.
That's right.
Was there any doubt in your mind about who they were referring to?
No, there wasn't. It is obvious.
Young, he wrote, availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Alex Marquardt, thanks so much for that important report.
Did you say that's how economics works, unfortunately?
I did.
Or it's true?
It's true. That's how economics works.
Zach, there are more, so but give me just give us a little bit about how you felt after you saw it.
When I first saw it,
Yeah.
I had a complete mental breakdown and was immediately had a panic attack, and a lot of different things were happening emotionally, and I guess the first thing I was thinking was this can't be happening. This is so messed up. You know what? Who are they talking? what's going on? Why is my face all over CNN with all these stories about desperate Afghans being preyed upon? And I went through a pretty bad time after that.
Were you worried about anything in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I live in Austria. I mean, the total state of panic, just for so many reasons. And I live in Austria still. You know, I live in a foreign country where the laws are different. I don't really understand them. They're not quite the same as the U.S. I know it's more prove that you're innocent. There's not the assumption of it. It's if you're accused of something, prove that you're not. I don't know much more about it, and I was very concerned that, you know, perhaps the federal police are going to show up and drag me away, and, you know, this makes it look pretty bad for me. My wife still lives there too. She's there right now, and that's still something that I'm concerned about. This sends a very dangerous message. So there was that part, and that I was trying to understand, you know, how bad is this? How far did it go? I didn't even understand how far it went at the time. It was worse than I imagined. But remember, I went on LinkedIn. I saw there was people making some pretty strong comments about me. I remember seeing.
This goes to one of your pretrial rulings, Your Honor.
What? About what other people are saying. Sustain an objection to this testimony.
And the deletions.
To make a record here or up there? I need to make a record.
Come on. Sorry about that. Mr. Freeman.
Before the sidebar, Zach, you were talking about what you saw online, how it affected you. I want you to continue that, but for now, let's just talk about the effect it had on you. Don't describe in detail the posts yet, okay? We'll get to that later.
So I talked about the panic, the state of panic that I went into, the tailspin, and the very real concerns that I had that the police could be knocking on my door. And I still think about that. And I started just trying to do a damage assessment, see how bad it is, how far it went, and I started searching for stuff about the broadcast. I saw some things. I was Googling and searching on LinkedIn, and I did see some things, and I started just, I think they call it doom scrolling, click, 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 taking screenshots of all this random stuff that was very traumatic for me to see.
Did CNN republish the segment?
Yes.
Do you remember a republication with Max Foster?
Yes.
Can you queue up PX 199, please? And let's play it, please.
Now to the US, where 82,000 people have arrived from Afghanistan in recent months as part of a massive US operation. But many Afghan families living in fear aren't waiting for the official help and are seeking alternative ways to get out. The result, evacuation has become big business with high price tags and high risk. CNN's Alex Marquardt investigates.
Can you pause it? We're not going to watch it 100 times. Do you know where this is published?
I believe it was the UK.
Do you have connections in the security industry in the UK?
Yes, extensive.
Do you remember a republication with Amara Walker?
Yes.
Can you queue up PX 222, please? Can you play it?
Nearly 3 months since the chaotic withdrawal in Afghanistan, conditions there are continuing to deteriorate for those left behind as the Taliban solidifies control over the country. Secretary of State Antony Blinken now says all qualifying U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents who've asked for help from the U.S. to leave Afghanistan have been, quote, been offered an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, this comes as many Afghans are desperate to leave the country and are struggling to get out. As CNN's Alex Marquardt discovered, many are turning to the black market for a way out.
Pause it for me. Zach, what do you think of this intro?
They're all equally horrible. I noticed she emphasized black market, really emphasizes that part of it. That's what stands out with this one.
And then, can you just let it play for another couple seconds? Or, Zach, do you know what comes after this?
Not really.
Oh.
It's kind of all blurred.
Could you play another couple seconds for it?
These are the heavy steps of...
Okay, we've seen it. Thanks, Corey.
So it's the segment that comes after it, just a different introduction.
Okay, and I don't want to waste all our time, so
Yeah.
you've seen it. Do you remember republication with Jim Acosta?
Yes.
Can you put up PX 351, please? Can you play the tease before the
Up next, people profiting from others' hopelessness. A CNN investigation into the black market business of fleeing Afghanistan.
Pause it for me. Zach?
But the term profiting off of hopelessness, and again, just a reiteration of that constant narrative and black markets over and over and over. Yeah. And then the clip comes next.
Well, actually.
Or is there more?
There is. There's a commercial break, and then can we see the next part?
Nearly 3 months after the fall of Afghanistan, many Afghans are still desperate to leave. CNN's Alex Marquardt found a black market ready to take advantage.
Pause it for me. Zach?
I'm running out of black market, people facing a black market, people like me taking advantage, working in this black market, preying on Afghans.
And, what comes next?
The segment comes next again.
These are.
Thank you, Corey. Do you remember a publication by Michael Holmes?
Yes.
Can you cue up PX 227, Corey? Let it play.
It has been nearly 3 months since the Taliban took over the Afghan capital, Kabul, and on Friday, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced all American citizens who want to leave Afghanistan have been offered a chance to do so. But countless of Afghan citizens, many of whom worked with the US military during the nearly 2-decade-long war, are still desperate to escape their country, where they face retaliation from the Taliban. And as our Alex Marquardt discovered, there are plenty of unscrupulous people ready to take advantage.
Zach?
More unscrupulous people ready to take advantage, predators, people like me, working in black markets.
Does it name anyone but you?
No, the segment comes after. Again, I'm the star.
Did CNN publish these videos? Thank you, Corey.
He's in Australia, I think. So all over the world, not just the U.S. wasn't enough. It was all over the world.
Do you have security connections all over the world?
I do.
Did CNN publish the video anywhere else?
They did. They put it on their website. They did a print version that you saw. But what you didn't see was when they originally did the print version, they had the video right next to it. They also put it on their Facebook page. You saw the Instagram from Mr. Marquardt on his account, and then it was on Jake Tapper's, was it Twitter. Jake Tapper was so proud of his work that it was on the, sorry, I know I can't say that, but it was on Jake Tapper's Twitter account, the official one, the CNN official, Jake Tapper, the lead Twitter account. And then Marquardt joins the conversation under Tapper. I wasn't familiar with how Twitter works before this experience, but you can repost things that other people posted, and Marquardt jumped in and reposted along with something about me just to make sure that if anybody missed the message, I'm the guy that this story is about. Marquardt added that.
Take a look at PX 223, Corey. Is this the article you're referencing before, Zach?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is they call it the digital piece, the print version on the website. But again, it's missing the video that was up there for months.
And can you give me, have you read it?
I have.
What's it about?
It's similar, in my opinion, to the video. It's worded differently. They don't use the term black market in the digital piece. That was included in the video. So if you read the print piece and you want to know more, you just click on the video and it tells the rest of it about the black markets. But they took that down at some point later, months later. But if you read through this, the summary, you'll have to take my word for it unless you want to read it again. But it's about these markets, they don't say black market. It's about these markets where Afghans are being preyed upon, forced to pay huge sums of money to flee the Taliban. And then it mentions me, and in case anyone wanted to find me, it says that he's located in Austria. So they give a little more information on this.
Can we go down, Corey, in front? going. And it mentions the same people.
Correct.
Okay.
The same people who I've never met, never had interaction with.
Okay, here we go. Young appears to have at least recently spent time in Austria communicating on an Austrian number and met someone in Vienna who CNN spoke with.
That's what it says, and to me, this is, the police are looking for the guy. Last we knew, he was in Austria, communicating with an Austrian telephone number. I mean, I can't speak for why they thought that was necessary to include that part in this general story about, general evacuations in Afghanistan, but it's somehow important to point out that I'm in Austria and I use an Austrian phone number.
Zach, what's missing from the digital article?
I don't have it memorized, but there's a few pieces missing. The fact that, number one, I had nothing to do with taking money from Afghans. It's been established as a matter of law here that I never took money from an Afghan. That's what the article's about, is taking money from Afghans. I only worked for corporations. CNN knew that. Very clear by everything we've seen the last 2 days. They knew that. Doesn't include that in the print piece, to my recollection. If it was buried in there somewhere where no one would have even noticed it, I would accept your representation, but I don't remember seeing that part.
Did everyone that you handled an evacuation for get out?
Everyone that I actually did the operation for, yes, but not the three from the German company, Civil Fleet. It was originally for 3 females and 3 males who we were told were especially in dangerous situations because they were specifically being hunted. We needed more time to plan for that. And like I said, they aborted.
Can you put PX49 on limited publication? Can we get PX49 on the limited publication? What are we looking at, Zach?
Can you scroll back up? I think this was on Facebook. This is from CNN's Facebook page.
And what is it?
It's it looks like it's they're putting the digital or the video piece on Facebook.
Your Honor, plans offer plans exhibit 49 to evidence.
Your Honor, I have no problem with the link to the video, but the 19 pages of comments that follow, I would object to. Sorry, the comments that start under the video and the 19 pages of irrelevant comments that follow also, I would object to.
In terms of the comments after the post?
Yeah, Your Honor, they go to mental state. Sorry?
Is it what we were arguing before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Based on what? Based on what's been testified to at this point in time, I don't know if there's foundation for the rest of it. If you want to continue questioning with them, I'll sustain the objection at this point in time, in other words. If there's something at the top of it you want to admit at this point as a separate, call it 49.1 or whatever, we can do that separately, but otherwise the remainder of it, I'd sustain the objection as to all of it based on the remainder of it, as of right now.
All right, Your Honor, if we can hide the comments, can we then just use the top portion as 49.1?
Yeah, you don't have any objection to the top part if that's just the part called out for right now?
Yeah, no objection to that.
All right.
As shown right now, this is fine.
I'll admit 49.1 as being just the top half of the first page.
we can revisit that.
And we'll revisit the rest of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if it's been admitted, may we publish the jury?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, thank you. Zach, can you read the top one?
Excuse me. Afghans trying to flee Taliban say their lives are at stake. Afghans trying to get out of Afghanistan face a black market full of promises with no ... see more.
Corey, can we scroll down? Don't go past the bottom of the page, but just to see the production label. Okay, so thank you. Scroll back up. So this is a CNN. Who produced this document, Zach?
CNN's at the bottom.
Can you scroll back up to the top? Do you know what it said under see more?
No, I don't.
And the black underneath it, what was that? The black box?
That is the video, I think.
And then, do you see the views down there?
It says 21,000 views, 253 comments, and I'm not really sure what the other 212 is, emojis or something.
Okay. Can you open a limited production PX 201? Oh no, that's been admitted. Sorry, Your Honor. Can we publish PX 201? Can we make the top one bigger for a second? Zach, I'm going to read it, so spare your voice, okay?
I appreciate that.
There is growing exploitation of desperate Afghans trying to get out. Private operators telling them it'll take families tens of thousands of dollars. We spoke with 2 Afghans trying to get their families out. And it's a retweet of the lead, CNN. I'll read that for you too, Zach. I am desperate. The danger is imminent. Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market of promises, exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success. Can you scroll back out, Corey? And then beneath that was what?
That's the video segment again, the black market introduction.
And the view count?
29,000 views.
Corey, can you zoom back out? Can you scroll down? Is this the mark? What is the tweet we're looking at on the bottom?
So this is looks like he's adding some. It's interesting because he says that he says on the top that he's advertising evacuations on LinkedIn. This is an example of it, but it's not true. It's a lie because this is a conversation, obviously, between me and someone who, just on reading this, I can tell you for sure is a corporate person. So it's not a post. It is a conversation, but he's calling it an advertisement on LinkedIn.
Do you recall, we looked at this post earlier?
We did.
And is there, Corey, can you zoom back out a second? Can you scroll down? Do you remember there being a price listed on this? The dollar figure?
I mean, I can see it on the screen.
Where is it?
Flights to Kabul, Abu Dhabi.
I meant by the charters.
If you want to charter the full aircraft, that can also be arranged. Right, so I'm saying if this company is interested in a full aircraft, because why would an individual want a full aircraft? I'm saying a charter is available.
And then, can Can you scroll a little up for me, Corey? So I'm going to read for you. Here's an example. And then what does he post underneath it? You were talking about what was wrong with the post from he said advertisement, but I want you to focus on the first part of the sentence for now.
Okay.
Here's an example. Talk to us about that.
He's using me as an example of this black market activity. Here's an example, and then that's me underneath.
And then, Corey, can we scroll down? Okay. You can take that down, Corey. Thank you. Now, can we queue up PX 183?
That in?
Yes, it's in evidence. What are we looking at, Zach?
It looks like a screenshot from CNN National Security, their official Twitter account, I guess, saying Afghans desperate to be evacuated from the country are turning to private operations demanding exorbitant sums. Most of those trying to flee cannot afford, which critics say have no guarantee. Alexander Marquardt reports, and then a link to the CNN.com video, the video they put on the website.
And then can we queue up as 169 in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can we put 169 on? This is the tweet. We saw a part of this tweet before when Mr. Marquardt retweeted it. Do you recall that?
I do, and this is what Marquardt retweeted. This is one you can see at the top is Jake Tapper, the lead CNN, the official, the lead Twitter account.
And, sorry. Your Honor, I apologize. Can you scroll down to page 3, please, Corey? And can we go to that second from the bottom? Oh, sorry. Are you on page 3? Oh, I got it wrong, Corey. It's page 2. Misleading, ill-considered, sensationalized press coverage continues.
Yep, it's hard to read, but it says, the misleading, ill-considered, and sensationalized press coverage continues. If anything failed here, it was the NGO mission, which did not prepare the Afghan population to reject their culture and history. They taught the women that what equality is, but not the men to want it.
Come to page 3. And 3 up from the bottom, Corey. Can you read it for us, Zach, or do you need me to?
I can read it. So Gus L. says, the world is playing games and doing business with Afghan lives. Shame on you all.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would like to introduce interrogatories into evidence from CNN so that we can discuss certain things with Mr. Young. Do you want me to admit them in and show the documents, or read them into the record?
You have them, I mean, if you're wanting to move them into evidence, show Mr. Axelrod which ones, I mean, if it's all of them or a portion of it.
255, Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, so Your Honor, I have no problem with Mr. Friedman reading in the content of the interrogatory. I think it's just interrogatory number 2, as I understand it, and then reading the content that's reported on page 3, which are the answers to the interrogatory. But there are there's objections, there's legally gobbledygook. Sorry. Madam Court Reporter.
We're going to have a good time typing
Yeah,
that out.
there's some junk in there. So I don't think the legal junk goes back in, but I have no problem with Mr. Friedman reading in the interrogatory number 2 and what it requests, and then the information that is reported in response to the interrogatory on page 3.
Do you want to do it that way?
I mean, it's a little difficult, Your Honor. The response is numbers. May I approach?
You may.
The viewership numbers of the pieces. Right. We might be able to redact all the objections.
I was going to say, is there a way right at the bottom of page 2 that y'all just block out the objection part of it, and then you got the rest of it? Because the answer is all concise together on that third page.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
But Your Honor, I think everything, the introductory statement, I don't think should go in. I mean, all kind of the legal prefatory language that's kind of unnecessary. I think if you just redact everything but the interrogatory and the answer, I think is fine.
That's fine.
You good with that?
Yeah, no
All right, yeah, so just have the question and then the third page.
Sure. We, I think it might make sense to just leave the case caption and what it is at the front and then redact everything from down here. Does that make sense? Mr. Akshaw, is that all right? Let's leave the case caption and then the title of it, and we'll redact everything. First, everything else on the first page and everything but the question on the second page.
Yeah, I think that should be.
All right.
Your Honor,
And that's marked as what?
it is Plaintiff's Exhibit 255. Could you give me a moment to just make sure that gets
Just for the record, 255 will be admitted, subject to the redactions that we just talked about.
All right, can you just go back to the second page? No, so no, it's not perfect. So you got to delete the bottom half under the interrogatory number 2.
Why don't we do this?
He's right. Sorry, Your Honor.
I'm admitting whatever the number was for the question and the answer on page 3. Why don't y'all square away what sections are being redacted before the formal exhibit is submitted to the clerk and ultimately for the jury's deliberations?
Yes, Your Honor, although I think they've managed to square it away.
All right, you've been in.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay, you good. All right.
Okay, with that, may we publish?
All right.
Your Honor?
Yeah, since it's been admitted. Mr. Hagan, you can pull it up.
Okay, so we're reading here interrogatories that were sent to CNN in the litigation. It says, interrogatory number 2, for all shows identified in response to interrogatory number 1, state the Nielsen ratings and number of viewers of such broadcasts of the segment or variant of this segment. See that, Zach?
I do. That's what it says.
All right, can we go to the answer? And can we blow it up a little bit? Want me to read it for you, Zach?
If you wouldn't mind, that'd be great.
Sure. November 11th, 2021, the lead, 5:38 p.m. to 5:44 p.m., 669,000. That's the P2 plus AA.
Yep.
November 13th, 2021, CNN Newsroom, 10:25 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., 434,000. November 13th, 2021, CNN Newsroom, 5:50 p.m. to 5:55 p.m., 503,000. CNN does not have Nielsen information regarding Connect the World, 10 a.m. hour, 11/12/2021, host Max Foster, or for CNN Newsroom, 12 a.m. hour, 11/14/21, host Michael Holmes. Can you do that math, Zach?
So we're talking about 1.5 million
Yeah.
plus 2 that they just don't track. The other 2 shows. I think this means they track the numbers for the U.S. audience, but not the rest of the world, which is a pretty big place.
Objection to the interpretation, Your Honor. There's a lack of foundation.
I should disregard the last comment that I made.
Okay. A lot of people?
A lot of people.
All right. Zach, we saw a lot of your LinkedIn messages today. Do we still have all of them?
No, we don't.
And why don't we?
Because I was in a very fragile state of mind. I went through a complete emotional breakdown, and I was afraid that I was about to be arrested by the Austrian police. I was being harassed by trolls. I mentioned before I was looking around, seeing what people are saying, and the panic was just like a snowball rolling downhill. So I was, I'm going to say, clicking a few things, but as I was able to eventually kind of come to my senses to some degree, but it took some time. It wasn't overnight. I realized that, look, that it's just like I talked about getting off the X. I felt like this was the X, the stuff that was on online, on social media, on my LinkedIn account. I mean, this is what CNN was using as proof that I'm a criminal. There's the proof, and I wanted to take this target down, so I deleted the posts and the messages on LinkedIn.
Throw up Plaintiff's Exhibit 298, please. You said you were, I think earlier you talked about doom scrolling and snapshotting.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is an example. The training kicked in initially, get off the X, take the target down, and then we got into the lawsuit stuff, and I learned about discovery. So you gave me very detailed instructions to go back and look everywhere to try to find anything at all related to the case. And I was able to, I was very careful to look for everything, and I came across some of these screenshots, these random screenshots that I took in a state of panic.
Let me read them for you. James, Dan, do you want to read them?
I'd like to read this one.
Okay.
So this is the guy that we saw before, the mathematics and history teacher who's in America, activist. It says, beware of con artists claiming to have led successful missions out of Afghanistan. One, quote, Zachary Young, it's me, was masquerading as a Navy vet. I was masquerading as a Navy vet, according to this pro, Mr. James Daniel, and claimed wild success over overland evacuations. He always demands financing, in quotes. When confronted with probing questions, he disappeared after sending me a virus.
That happened?
No, it didn't happen. I mean, I don't have the words to describe how ridiculous this is, but he says that I sent him a computer virus. Afghan friends, we know your situation is desperate. Please don't send money to anyone who demands it for false promises.
Did you demand money from Afghans?
No, of course not.
Okay.
And then he says, there is a special ring of hell reserved for people who exploit hashtag Afghanistan crisis and hashtag Afghan refugees for profit. And then there's 17 comments below this post.
Let's take a look. Scroll down, please, Zach. Jill Kornetsky, you talked about her.
She's the first one to jump into this chain and says, everyone should watch CNN today. And then there's a purple devil emoji and a thumbs up and then a reply, it looks like.
Can we scroll down again?
And then James jumps back in and tags her and says, I was wondering when it was going to happen. And then a thumbs up from somebody. And then it goes back to Jill. So they're going back and forth about this thing that just happened on CNN that they knew about before. Oh, a Navy vet now. He told me he was former agency. What a skis ball. And then she brings in Alexander Marquardt, tags him. And then there's more replies.
Or can you bring us to page 5? And can we make the Kimberly Gomez bigger? So Ms. Gomez is a linguist. Did you work with linguists?
Yeah, I did.
She's in cybersecurity. Did you work with cybersecurity?
I did.
Veteran, did you work with veterans?
I worked with a lot of veterans.
And what does she say?
Thank you for posting this, my network. So she's taking it and adding it to all the people that she knows. Please be aware. And then a bunch of thumbs up and likes.
Excuse me. Do you know how LinkedIn works in terms of why she's posting here and then saying, my network, please be aware?
I didn't know a lot about it. Now, I know a little bit more about it now than I did then, but if she jumps in and puts a post on, it goes to not everybody, not just the people that were seeing it before, it broadens it, and now it includes all of her connections as well. She wants to expand the number of people that are seeing this warning about me.
Can we go to the last page, please? Do you want to read this one, Zach?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay.
So this is, I think, towards the end of it. Again, our hero, James Daniel, says, I'll personally dance on this, quote, Zachary scumbag's face when he's finally taken down. And then he tags some people.
Can you read what Bassett Barakati posted?
Then there's another message from Mr. Barakati. It says, hello, my LinkedIn family. I hope everyone is in peace and good health. This is Zachary Y., a scammer who is offering evacuation for Afghans to approximately, and then it cuts off, it says Seymour.
Let's scroll down and look at what Bassett Barakati texted you. Do you want me to read this text exchange?
It'd be better if you do. Eyes aren't that good.
I have the sponsor. How much is the cost? Please put me in touch with your sponsor, and I will discuss costs with them. Can you discuss it with me, please, so I can discuss it with my sponsor better? And where are you guys evacuating? Doha or any other place? Abu Dhabi. This is great. And cost? Approximately $15,000 per person. Just for evacuation from Kabul to Abu Dhabi. What is the procedure for payment? Invoice is issued and paid. It will be paid when I get to Abu Dhabi or before. Before, of course. And now it changes, right?
Now it changes.
Where are you guys charging so high price? We need evacuation, but that's not fair. That's that much costly. Maybe you can find lower prices. I hope you can.
That's what I said.
And then you?
Then it says, I blocked him.
Take it down, please. Also heard that you deleted some contact information of folks from your phone. What's about that?
Yeah, I did. So part of what I was going through during this time is, I knew it was very bad when it first happened, and it took a while before I was even functionable. I was going through periods where I was having multiple panic attacks a day, not sleeping for days. The sleep was not even, I wouldn't even call it sleep. It was pretty rough, and I've been through rough things before. This was very different. My first time experiencing something like this. But I was kind of in denial. I know how bad this is to be called a criminal, more than any other place in my small circle of professional networks. These are people that care so much about their reputation and integrity.
Objection, foundation.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Don't comment about what others.
Okay. So it had a very devastating impact on me. And I wanted to just, see how bad it was. I needed to kind of confirm what I already assumed. So I did reach out to several people, not everybody, but a few people that I'd worked very closely with. My real important members of my network, people that I worked with in Saudi Arabia. And I was amazed that, I'd call, they don't answer. Wait a little while, call again, they don't answer. A couple days goes by, week goes by, they're not calling me back. I mean, you have to understand, in my past, like when there's something like Saudi Arabia, I don't have to go calling around. Who's got something going in Saudi Arabia? It's the other way around. I have a reputation. I had a reputation, a good one, and they would come to me. When you need something specialized, you can quickly find out who that is in the network and reach out to that person. That's the way it works. It's a fact. And I was very desperate, and I was just reaching for a lifeline. Hey, can I talk to you? And they wouldn't even talk to me. So I became a outcast, and that's what I felt like. And to a large degree, I still do. So after multiple attempts to call a few of these contacts, I just took their number off my phone. I did that because it's kind of like trying to get in touch with an ex that doesn't want to talk to you, and you just keep on doing it because you're kind of obsessed. And it was very humiliating, and I was just trying to, you tried calling the ex last night a few times, won't answer. You're embarrassed about it the next day. You don't want to let yourself do that again, or at least not make it easy, so you just delete the contact number. So I did that for a few contacts. These aren't people that are hard to find, that I wouldn't be able to get in contact to if I really needed to, or if they needed to contact me, that would happen. So that's what I did. I deleted some phone numbers.
Zach, we're coming up on lunch. Just a couple quick questions. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you took some posts down because CNN was using it or citing to it, or someone would cite to it as proof you were a criminal. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
Was it proof you were a criminal?
No.
So then why were you in a panic to remove them?
I think I explained it. I mean, I live in Austria. It's not the U.S. It's a foreign country. The laws are different. I don't understand them. I still don't. And why would I want to leave that out there? This target. People are pointing to me on LinkedIn, making sure that everyone in their network knows. I took my picture down too. I took my picture down. I changed my name around. I think there were times where I was Zachary Young, then I was Zach Y, Zachary Y, ZY. I was just trying to hide. I didn't want being trolled by people like Daniels and Korneski, and I just couldn't take anymore. I wanted to put my head under the sand and make it stop. So that's what I did.
That's a good place for us to stop if it's all right with you.
Okay. Yeah, we're right at noon, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break.
Go off the record real quick. I'm going to ask him. All right, we're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom or when you're outside the courtroom, such as that recess. Remember the basic rule, do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with this case, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel. And then when you get back, make sure your phone or electronic device is turned off before we come back to the courtroom. And then if y'all could just come back and meet in the juror lounge outside of here at 1 o'clock, we'll get rolling again. All right? Anything else we planned for defense before?
Oh, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Y'all be seated. The bailiff had told me earlier that Ms. Kasabian had juror number 1 had a doctor's appointment tomorrow afternoon that had been pre-scheduled and would need to be out of here by 3:45 to get over to that doctor's appointment. Y'all have if we can, you have an issue with wrapping up and adjourning tomorrow at 3:45?
I think we have a choice, Your Honor, so yes, no problem.
All right. Yeah. Just, well, all right. I think that, all right, we'll deal with that, and I'll let her know, or I'll let them know we're going to cut off at 3:45 tomorrow. Okay. before we break, anything else from plaintiff?
No, you're on.
We may revisit it, but I mean, well, let's take a lunch break.
Okay. All right, we'll be adjourned till 1.
Yeah.
doing it for, I don't know how many years. Y'all be seated.
We have spent the break looking. I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Your Honor.
And Judge, if you're interested in seeing any of this on the screen, and you'd like us to, we're happy to, of course, join you at the sidebar and show you. But we began by looking at LinkedIn's own information with respect to search capabilities and how their search bar works, which confirms that you can search posts of people you are not connected with or who are not in your network, and then that will pull up those posts and stories that other people have posted, regardless of whether you're connected with them or not. We also were able to determine, again, based on some of the LinkedIn, what they call their LinkedIn help section of the website, that even a guest can run those searches. You don't even have to be a member of LinkedIn in order to run some of those searches. We also went ahead and then searched for various things just to work with the function itself, and were able to pull up numerous references to Zachary Young, numerous references to this case, even to the court from users who we have no connections with, and also see comments from hundreds of users we have no connection with.
Did you share that?
I haven't seen any of it.
Okay. Why don't you take a look and see what they were.
I can't understand it. Yeah, I mean, Your Honor, I can't interpret 100 comments right now that we're getting ready to go. If they wanted to, they could have introduced this as an exhibit and let us go through discovery, dig into it, and then see where we get. What they're doing now is, instead of introducing these things, they're having Mr. Young testify that things existed out there that he looked at. Of course, because he destroyed everything else that he had, we can't cross-examine him and say, oh, well, you didn't receive any notifications that people were texting about you, did you? You didn't receive any post that somebody pinned you in a post, did you? Because he destroyed it all. So this is merely a backdoor way of introducing evidence that was not produced in discovery that they want to use, and then also having Mr. Young benefit from his own destruction of documents. I mean, this has been litigated multiple times, and I don't want to beat the dead horse that I know that was beat a long time ago, but this is the reason why we asked to dismiss this case, because what Mr. Young did in destroying this evidence was so crucial to our ability to present a defense in this case. I mean, I was just thinking about it overnight because I've had lots of time to think about what could have been in the Signal messages, in the LinkedIn messages, in the things that Mr. Young destroyed, his records of his calls with these so-called people that he was reaching out to. We don't have any of that. And now, with this dearth of evidence that we have, because Mr. Young destroyed it, and he admittedly destroyed it, and now they're trying to come up with all these justifications for why he did. Now, the irony of all ironies is that they're trying to take advantage of this destruction to say, oh, but there was all this stuff that he looked at, and we can see it now, and he should be able to testify about it. It is, I can't actually believe we're dealing with this in the middle of trial. If they wanted to use exhibits that he supposedly looked at, they should have produced them in discovery, so we had a chance to depose him about it.
I don't know that they're trying to use exhibits. He was asking him a question about what he had looked at after the piece aired that affected him, and not submitting it into evidence. I mean, there's not an exhibit they're trying to submit.
Correct. They're trying to get around having to submit exhibits and just have to testify about hearsay things that he saw that we can't cross-examine because they're just his hearsay recollection. And he's already testified how he was impacted when he read these things. So the only reason to have him now testify about the content of those things is not for the impact on the listener, but would be to show this jury that he was actually subjected to negative posts about him. So what they're trying to do is attack defamatory meaning, so they're trying to use it for the truth of the matter asserted, rather than for what the impact on Mr. Young was as he read those pieces. It is rank hearsay, but moreover, it's, I'm not going to use pejorative language, it's inappropriate given the destruction of evidence in this case.
Judge, I think,
And I don't know that, well, go ahead.
I think we're conflating two things. Again, we're not seeking to introduce any messages or even specific posts for their substance, and I don't think there's going to be any questions that would even come near that type of information. We were, after the sidebar, I think we were just looking to provide the court with information regarding whether or not someone actually has the capability to search other posts without an account or search posts of people who they aren't connected to, which again, I think that piece of the testimony is the court recognized does go to an element of our claim. So it's not about hearsay, it's not about spoliation. We are trying to stay very far away from those things. It's about whether or not this is something that he could do and just whether or not this occurred.
Well, my concern when we had the sidebar is the only way that he would have seen anything on LinkedIn of comments about him had something to do with his account, and that he would have gotten notification or had the ability to find just because of his account, and then he had destroyed all that stuff or removed his account and all that other stuff, such that it would be subject to spoliation. Let's get away from Google. Let's get away from LinkedIn. And he hadn't testified, well, he testified limitedly right before lunch that he went on Google and LinkedIn. Let's just say it was on Google. He searched Zachary Young on Google afterwards. And he saw these comments. What would be your objection to that? Other than hearsay?
I don't think there's any way he can testify about what he saw. I think he's already testified that he went on and he started doom scrolling as he testified, and that those things he saw negatively impacted him. I think that that's the admissible testimony. Anything more goes to a different element of the case, not his mental state, but to a different element of the case, which then the content of those out-of-court statements would be used for the truth of the matter asserted.
I think I can clear this up, because we might be arguing about nothing.
He already testified he looked at all these things and it had an effect on him. That's fine. I was fine with that.
And that's all we're going to do again. Mr. Young is not going to talk about the specifics of any of these posts and what they said, but there's going to be a question that says, there's a cause of action here that you're seeking damages for your pain and suffering and your embarrassment. Talk to us about that. And Mr. Young's not going to talk about specifics of the post, but he's going to talk about the fact that he was doing this doom scrolling and he was seeing these negative posts, and that's going to affect him. I just want to make sure Mr. Axel doesn't get up and object and cause a sidebar during the interim. So I think we might be arguing about nothing because I hear specifics of the post. I disagree that it's hearsay, but it's not because it's for its effect on Mr. Young. But I don't think any specifics of those posts are going to come out anyway, so we might be able to just avoid this issue.
I think we can, because he already testified about what Mr. Friedman wants to ask him. He testified that he doom scrolled.
What else are you going to ask him beyond what you did?
I pretty much said verbatim, I think, what I'm going to ask him, and then he's going to give his answer to the jury. He's got to be able to talk to the jury about the way he's been damaged in this case. Sure, he touched on it earlier a little bit, but I didn't ask the question. It was just, I was doom scrolling. This is why I was doing things. I wanted to tell the jury how he's been damaged. And I know that part of that is the things he saw and the humiliation he received from it.
Like I said, if he's not talking about the substance of it, I don't have a problem with him talking about, I felt this way reading these things about me, which I think he already testified to.
Very good.
Maybe we haven't asked and answered her.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if you're going to ask him more specifics about it, but if he's not testifying about the substance of what,
can I confer
crazy 1, 2, 3 on, commented about it, I'm all right if he's not commenting. That's not an issue then.
Very good. Then,
I think it's asked and answered. I think it's cumulative, but if he's just going to repeat the ground that he trod before and try to emphasize it more for the jury, for the theater aspect of it, I guess it's fine, but I don't want it to go any farther than it did in terms of substance from this witness who clearly knows what the rules are at this point.
Without the specifics of, what a particular user, okay. All right, then if then that's not an issue.
A little bit?
No, not really. But
Can I see if I got this right, Your Honor? You can testify about what you saw, how it made you feel. I think the court is telling you not to like quote what the things that are in evidence that we walk through on the screen. You can talk about that stuff, that's in evidence. But if there's some post you saw that you don't know this, that you know the specifics of, you know, that it said, for example, Zachary Young is a horrible human being and should get, you know, thrown in jail for the rest of his life, I think the court's telling you can't talk about that. I'll just note over our objection, but I think that's what's saying. Do you have?
That makes sense.
Okay, you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Good? Good. Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Good, good. Welcome on the golf course. All right, anything else before we get them back in?
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Got them all? All right, bring the jurors back in.
Jurors entering?
Y'all can be seated when you get to your chairs. We're lowering the chairs.
Yes.
And just to let you know, we will get you out of here at 3:45 tomorrow. All right, y'all ready? All right, Mr. Freeman.
Corey, can we queue up Exhibit 228? Is in evidence, Your Honor. Corey, can you actually go ahead and do that? That's great. Thank you. What are we looking at?
This is a letter from Amentum informing me that they were allowing my contract to expire.
And what is WorkSpend?
WorkSpend is just a business entity that manages their HR and payroll.
And what's that date, November 15th, 2021, in proximity to the CNN broadcast?
It's 4 days later.
And this isn't a termination, right?
No, the contract was going to expire. It was a one-year contract, which is the standard, but there were very recent discussions, and my understanding.
Objection. Hearsay.
Yeah. I mean, if it's based on a conversation with some other third party, you can't comment on that, so I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's based on emails that are in evidence.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we need to get the emails, but otherwise, I don't know what he's going to say necessarily.
Okay. I was trying to get us faster. Go. Okay, 41, right? 41's that. 41 and 0. It's 41 and 0. Okay, Corey, can you put up PX 41? So this is an evidence. We're looking at work spend, contract of engagement. I'm going to work us through here, Zach, see if we can get this done quick.
Yep.
We've got DynCorp International, National Security Solutions. You're providing national security solution support, and the contract shall commence on November 16th, 2020, and remain in effect until November 15th, 2021, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Can we see Exhibit 79, please? And give me a moment, I apologize. Okay. And can we go to page 5, please, Corey? And can we, yeah. So now we're on May 11th, 2021.
That's right.
The broadcast was November, was what date?
It was November.
November 11th, 2021. And then we just received approval to add Zach, Joe, and Matt as consultants supporting BNP. What is BNP?
It's, I think bidding and proposals.
Bidding proposal efforts to expand our special activities account.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, Neil Tater and I need to finalize the utilization plan for how we're going to leverage Zach, Joe, and Matt, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Can we go to PX 55, please? Okay, and let's go to, sorry, let me go there myself. All right, can we bring up Zach's message, please? And you say in the top, it's been a few months since we finished our data recovery efforts. And then in the bottom you say, in the third paragraph, in addition to the recommendations of Matt Gunning and Mark Kelton, Bill Purdy, who was the program manager in the KSA, what is that?
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And is still with Amentum, can attest to the value I bring to any organization wishing to expand in this space. Jump to the bottom, you say, I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time. What were you saying? And can you scroll up, Corey, to show us the date? So this is July 16th. What are you doing here, Chad?
July 16th, I was...
And what are you doing with this message? What are you saying? What are you trying to accomplish with this email?
I'm just trying, I'm touching base on being proactive, and I know that they just went through a massive acquisition, which takes a long time, not just for the acquisition itself, but to really get up to speed on, the projects that they're working on. At this point, they'd already been briefed in on what I could offer them, what I could bring to the table, and we were talking about how we're going to integrate that with their existing accounts and new accounts.
And you say, can you scroll down to the next one? Where you say here at the bottom, you say, I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time. What's the purpose of that sentence?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay, so let's go up to see what was the response you got from Jill Brunning. Who's Jill Brunning?
She's a vice president at Amentum.
And she says there has been a lot of positive feedback on both you and Matt's work, so no issue at all on that front. And then her final sentence, Zach, do you need me to read it?
Says, however, I can request extension of current contract end date so we don't let them expire.
Okay, so what was going on here, Zach?
She's telling me that there's no issues. They're happy with me and my colleague, Matt Gunning. And that she's going to extend my current contract end date so they don't expire.
Objection.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
It's misstating what it actually says. She doesn't say she's going to extend it. And he's not on this. You can't speak for Joe Brunning.
I'll sustain the objection to the extent it's inconsistent with the exhibit already in the evidence at his testimony.
Okay. She says she can request the extension.
I'm just going to read it.
Okay.
It says, however, I can request extension of current contract end date so we don't let them expire. I don't think that needs elaboration. It means exactly what it says.
And who is Jill Brunning?
She's a vice president at Amentum.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, President, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 79, please. Page 2 through 3. Go to the bottom, page 2, top of 3. So he says, who's Chris Cahill?
He was the program manager for their special activities account. Former Green Beret, I mentioned it before.
And give me 1 minute. And he says, thank you for your time today. It was great catching up with you and discussing the attached opportunity. You remember what the attached opportunity was?
I don't remember the details, but it was they were bidding on a tender. Something came out to Amentum that they needed my input for, and Chris sent it to me, and that's what this means.
The date on this email?
September 7th, 2021.
And so how far are we from the CNN broadcast?
A couple months.
Okay, can we bring up the bottom half again? Please see email chain below. Anita Ford is who you will work with on the subcontract side to manage your consultant agreement and invoices. You know, if you have a current PO number with funding.
That's what it says.
Okay, let's scroll up. Can we go to page 1, please, Corey? Can we take a look at tax email first? This is October 12th, 2021. How far are we from the CNN broadcast?
We're getting closer, about a month away.
Okay. I regret the radio silence. Since our discussion, I've been completely immersed in these Afghan evacs and I'm now just coming up for air. Today I've reviewed the document you sent. Would be happy to assist where I can. In the short term, that could include assisting drafting your proposal and also leveraging my network to identify suitable candidates for the various roles required. Is that something you did, Zach? Leverage your network?
That's what I do. That's what I was offering.
Can you still leverage your network, Zach?
No, I can't do that anymore.
My current contract with Amentum is due to expire in a few weeks, so that would need to be extended. I would assume it would stay with an hourly rate for the work performed, but how would I be compensated for referrals? Looking forward to your comments. Again, regret the delay. Let's look at Chris's response. Can we zoom in on Chris's response the next day? How far are we from the CNN broadcast?
You responded the next day, so we're still about a month away.
Okay, so in that second paragraph, see the sentence that says next week? No, up here. Tell you the truth, I've not worked on anything related to the opportunity we talked about since we last spoke. Next week, we have an off-site meeting to discuss the way ahead for the special activities account plan with Rev, Mark N, and Jill. This has been a long time coming, and we are excited to brief the account plan. Can I tell you who's excited?
That's what it says.
Okay, and then the next paragraph, as for your current contract, we will now hold off on renewing it until after the offsite next week. With the DynCorp and Amentum integration into one Amentum, we have to set up a new PO anyways. What did you understand this to be saying?
I don't want to elaborate, but he's saying that they're having an offsite next week, and that, as I said, because there's this integration happening, they have to do some internal restructuring anyway, so to save work, they're going to hold off.
Okay, and you had asked about compensation. He says your assumption is correct. You receive a TM and flow down, meaning you would have an hourly rate and travel would be cost reimbursable. Based on the requirement, we'd be incrementally fund the PO, and with the funding tied to a specific opportunity, I am familiar with the compensation for referrals. I have to find out and get back to you. What's the date here, Zach?
That is October 13th, 2021. About a month.
Okay, and now let's return to Exhibit 228. 1 month later. Can you roll in on that? Your last day of employment with Worksman is November 15th, 2021. Zach, was it your understanding that Amentum was going to renew your contract before the CNN broadcast played?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. I mean, you just walked us through where they said that was the plan, that they weren't going to let the contract expire, and then Chris is talking about they were doing some internal restructuring, so it's going to have to be redone anyway. I don't know if the whatever new contract would have come before this expired or a week or a month after. I don't know. I can just tell you it never came. There was nothing after this except this letter.
Thank you, Corey. You can take it down. Zach, did you ever receive work from your network again?
No.
You mentioned Matt Gunning a while back. What is he doing today?
I've looked him up, and I've actually spoken with him since a few months ago. He is, I was able to find online because he's very easy to find online. He's very well known. He and Mark Kelton, I think I mentioned him yesterday as well. He was a former chief of counterintelligence at CIA, also very well known on the board of multiple companies. You can find him on Google very easily. They formed a company called Five Eyes.
Objection. Hearsay.
He's doing something online.
Again, I'm not saying to the magistrate, he's telling you.
It's
not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. You heard of a company called Five Eyes?
I have.
Do you know what they do?
Yes.
Objection. Hearsay. It doesn't solve it by Mr. Friedman asking him a question that gets around asking Mr. Young where he got the information from. He's still getting the information from a hearsay source.
Thank you.
Have you heard of a company called Five Eyes?
I think there's a foundational issue of how he knows about, so I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. How have you heard about a company? How may I approach for a minute? Zach, have you ever heard of a company called Five Eyes?
Yes.
And did finding out about this company cause you any emotional distress?
Yes.
Why?
Because I developed this concept. I had input from others, including Matt Gunning. But I already told you my story about being brought into the Saudi program because of my material, my knowledge, my background. And I feel that what I built continued without me.
Did you receive any messages that caused you emotional distress?
I have, yeah.
And any from your family?
Yes.
And why did they cause you emotional distress?
Because I could see that I was not the only one that was very shocked about the publication of the video.
Can we have a limited production of Plaintiff's Exhibit 219? Yeah. Is this the message from your brother you were talking about?
Yes.
And is it the one that caused you emotional distress?
Yes.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 219 to evidence.
And I would object on hearsay grounds, Your Honor.
Top part is his brother's.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your response briefly to your objection.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge, but rather its effect on the listener. Got it.
Any objection?
Did your family react in any other way that caused you emotional distress? Let me strike that question, Zach. Did you ever connect with your mom about the story?
Yes, I have reached out to my mom after it happened.
How did you feel about that?
My mom is, I mentioned, I'm very close to my mom, and she worries a lot about me. And I tell her more than anyone else about my background, just to try to give her assurance when I'm traveling and going someplace, because I don't like it when my mom worries. She can't handle it as well as I do. And I know that my mom was very, I don't want to get into the hearsay thing again, but I felt that this was having a tremendous impact, not just on me, but the people that I care most about, like my mother.
Heard in Mr. Axelrod's opening, he said there's no witnesses coming here. Talked about a lot of names of people. Why didn't you bring them here?
I mean, we've gone through the DynCorp contract. You have people like Leon Panetta, the Secretary of Defense. You have former chiefs or former directors of the CIA. This is the dream team I talked about, the people that are legends in my world anyway. And I was very humbled when they brought me on board the Saudi program, even though I wasn't as well known or famous or had the reputations that they all had. So, You know, the idea of dragging them into this mess that's ruined my life, that's just not something that I would do.
Have you had any work, Zach, since the CNN broadcast?
No,
Made any money since the CNN broadcast?
no.
Before this happened, were you planning, or when were you planning on retiring?
I wasn't planning on retiring. I enjoy working. I've always been very passionate about what I was doing. It's been interesting for me and fulfilling, and I was able to have very unique experiences that very few people have. And why would I want to stop? I'd stop when I had to, but I could have worked for a long, long time.
Have you posted anything on LinkedIn to try to get work since the CNN broadcast?
I did.
And did it work?
No, it didn't work. I posted, when the Sudan crisis happened, I put a post on LinkedIn. I was in a desperate place, and I wanted to see, some time had passed. I felt, maybe it's gotten a little better, maybe people forgot, and I was wrong. Very quickly after, somebody responded and said, watch out for this guy, and posted to CNN.
Comment. You can finish your answer, but don't comment about what's been said.
So without telling me what was said,
I felt it had been confirmed that this is something that is still out there, that I'm not going to be able to just wait out with time. It didn't go away. I'm not sure what I can say much more beyond that, but.
Your Honor, can we have a limited production of 328? That's the post you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I see your ruling? May we approach for a moment?
Learning.
Okay, Zach, when did you make this post?
I don't remember the date.
Was it before or after the CNN publication?
Oh, what, after?
And when you saw the comments there, did they have an effect on you?
Yes, it had a very strong effect on me.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 328 into evidence.
And over the defense objection, I'll admit plaintiffs 328. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in association with this exhibit, I've admitted plaintiffs Exhibit 328 in evidence. It has been admitted only for the purpose of demonstrating the effect that it had on Mr. Young upon reading it. You may consider it only for that purpose. You may not consider this piece of evidence for any other reason in the case. And I'm also going to remind you of one of the instructions I gave you at the beginning of this trial, that defendant did not publish any statement that called plaintiff a scam artist or state that plaintiff was operating a scam. Okay? All right.
Mr. Maiden, will you please? Zach, you write, if any corporate sponsors in my network need help with Sudan evacuations, please reach out, right?
Yes.
Corey, can we see the response? Want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Norman Brandt, MSc, Director of Intelligence at InSciTech GmbH. Anyone who's thinking of engaging with this guy should definitely do some research. CNN has already exposed him as being a total con artist, so this is a scam. Here is the CNN article. Below that, is that a link to the article?
It is.
All right. Thank you, Corey. Zach, do you understand that in this litigation you're seeking pain and suffering damages?
Yes.
And you're seeking damages for embarrassment?
Yes.
And humiliation?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I talked yesterday about how I've been able to get back up every time I've been knocked down, and the SEAL training stuff, and I'm sure there's been many, many other times. I've always been very proud of that quality, and it's just part of my DNA that you don't quit and you don't stop. And every time I failed, I tried to learn from it. I think failure is one of the best teachers. And for the majority of my adult life, I was always able to bounce back even from pretty horrible things. I went through extensive training to test my tenacity, my mental toughness, and I always came out at the very top. And this is something different, though. I've never had my life wrecked. I've never not been able to not been able to tell what tomorrow looks like. But I'm not the same person that my wife married. She's never had to worry about anything. She's always known that I'm a provider, and I always will be. My mom, the same. So to do it to me is one thing, and to do it to my family, just...
Objection. That's not an issue in this case.
Oops, okay.
Please continue.
The hardest part has just been, I know I'm not the same man that I was. I know I'm not the same person my wife married, and I'm humiliated about that. We had many conversations with her about what happens in 3 years, what happens in 5 years. You know, are we going to move back to the U.S.? Am I going to try to get a job at any job I can find. She's still in school in Austria. She's working on her master's degree. And I'm not able to look her in the eye and tell her, you know, it's going to work out here, a place where we've lived and we've built a home. And then just the idea that these people, like Matt Gunning and all the names they showed you yesterday, that they don't want to even have anything to do with me anymore.
And I'll sustain it to the extent it may be considered hearsay of comments they may have made, but if there's a different way you can
Zach,
ask a question differently.
for the rest of this, I want you to tell me about the way you feel. All of your testimony should be about how you feel, not what other people told you.
Yep.
To the extent it's what other people told you, or it's how it made you feel. Focus on that. At least tell me that.
I feel like a total failure. I've had, you know, some time now to try to recover. I've been in psychotherapy. I've been put on medication, multiple medications. I initially on antidepressants. Wasn't enough. Still couldn't sleep. Still can't sleep. Still have panic attacks. So they had to put me on stronger medication and put on stronger medicine for sleep and panic attacks. They all have side effects. I don't have the energy that I had before. It's affected our intimacy. It's affected the intimacy that I've had with my wife that we've known. Because my libido's completely gone. And I don't know if it's the trauma or the medicine or both. It's hard to separate it. But my wife has been very, very understanding. But I've been the rock. I've always been the rock, and I'm not the rock that she married. I'm not the one that has the stability, and I have to lean on her for that. And it shouldn't be that way. And my wife's had to make a lot of. She's been tremendously supportive throughout this experience. It's been horrible for both of us. And I just feel ashamed that I'm asking her to continue to try to accept me for the way I am now, which isn't the way I was before. I went through a long period where this is right after it happened, where I just stopped taking care of myself. I didn't even notice. She'd have to point it out that I was wearing the same clothes for like 3 or 4 days at a time, and I wasn't using deodorant. I wasn't using deodorant. I wasn't showering. I didn't even know, and we used to do a lot more things together, and the energy is just gone. We never go out for walks in the woods. We never travel. She's had to make a lot of accommodations that she shouldn't have to. And that's been the hardest part for me. And then with my mom, I support her for the majority, and I have for decades. And there is an end to that at some point, and I don't know what it looks like. And I still try to keep her assured that it's going to be okay, and lying to her. I don't know that anymore. I don't know it's going to be okay. Just telling her what she wants to hear, and that's hard for me to do. But you know, I try to tell myself it's going to be okay too. Maybe in 3 or 4 years, everything changes, and I wake up from this thing that was a bad nightmare. I don't believe myself. Once something like this happens, it's forever. It's permanent. It doesn't go away. I feel like I've just been completely destroyed and embarrassed and emasculated in public all over the world, and now my family's still trying to work through that with me, and they've all been very supportive. Matt's still here, my brother, my wife. I hope that her mother, we can find somebody to help out with her next week, and she can be out as well. She wants to be here, but she's been through so much already, you know.
Why isn't she testifying?
I would never put her through what I've had to go through. She's been through it enough with me, so no, she hasn't testified, and I would never put her through that, considering what she's gone through already.
Zach, have you seen doctors to try to get some of this under control?
I have, yeah. It took a while. The medical system's a bit different in Austria. It's socialized, so things take longer. But it took about 2 months before I was able to see a psychiatrist. It's actually considered short for Austria, but I was able to finally start seeing a psychiatrist and was put on medication and weekly psychotherapy. I'm still in psychotherapy. But it's not something that's improving or getting better. It's just this is what I need to continue to get by. That's my life.
May I have 1 minute to control? Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Your Honor. Just like a couple minutes, or it won't take very long.
Do you have water? Do you have enough water?
Water actually makes it worse. It makes me aspirate.
We have a couple minutes if you want any minutes.
It'll make it. I've tried it. My brother told me it's because it makes me aspirate. I have an inhaler. Do you mind if I use it?
Not if it'll help.
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
I was waiting for Mr. Young.
Oh, I was waiting for you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
I am ready. I'm ready.
All right. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. So Mr. Young, obviously, you answered a bunch of questions from Mr. Friedman. Fair to say that August, September, October, up to November 11th of 2021, you were advertising your evacuation services on LinkedIn, correct?
I was posting on LinkedIn.
Right. And as this court's already found, you were posting those evacuation offers directly to Afghans, correct?
I wouldn't put it that way. That is what the court has found.
The court found that, correct?
Correct.
Now, after the CNN publications, actually, after you just started talking to lawyers, you deleted all of your LinkedIn communications, correct?
No, not correct.
That's not correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, you didn't delete your LinkedIn private messages with people you spoke to on LinkedIn?
I deleted some. I didn't delete everything on LinkedIn. I never deleted every message. Took my profile down.
You deleted your posts?
I deleted some posts.
And we'll get to that. But because you deleted your messages and you deleted those posts, this jury is never going to have the ability to see what you were communicating with people on LinkedIn, correct?
For those posts, no, I deleted them.
Now, it's your testimony, I think, Mr. Friedman, but correct me if I got it wrong, that you never targeted Afghans for evacuation services, correct?
Correct.
But because you deleted your LinkedIn communications, this jury will never have the ability to determine whether that was actually true, correct?
I don't agree with that.
You said it yourself, that when you posted on LinkedIn, that was out for the world. Afghans saw it, Americans saw it, some corporate people saw it, correct?
Correct.
And Afghans reached out to you, correct?
They did.
And they reached out to you on LinkedIn, correct?
They did.
And those communications that you could have had on LinkedIn with those people, those are gone, correct?
Correct.
This jury can never see what those communications were, correct?
Correct.
Now, I think you just told Mr. Friedman, but again, correct me if I got it wrong, that after the CNN publications, you claimed that certain people in your professional network wouldn't speak to you, correct?
Correct.
But you deleted all of that contact information from your phone, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't delete that contact information for those people from your phone?
From some people, not every contact, no. It's not.
No, but the people that you identified as people in your professional network who you claimed wouldn't speak to you, you deleted those people, correct?
The people that I mentioned during my deposition, I deleted those numbers, correct?
If we could put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 298, Mr. DeMezza. And it's in evidence, plaintiffs admitted it. And if you could blow that up. So, Mr. Young, I think we're looking at this post from this James Daniels, who's a mathematics and history teacher and OEF Afghanistan veteran. Do you know what OEF means?
No, I don't.
So, well, you deleted your LinkedIn communications. You actually took a screenshot of this post that Mr. Daniels made, correct?
I did.
And you testified about getting off the X, and you testified that you deleted your communications with people on LinkedIn because I guess you were afraid of the Austrian police, is that right?
That's right.
But you screenshotted this communication, or this post where this man is accusing you of essentially being a bad guy, correct?
Correct.
And you screenshotted it because you knew this was something you wanted to save in case you needed to sue CNN, correct?
Not correct.
Now, this post by Mr. Daniels, he actually posted this before the publications by CNN, correct?
I don't know, but if you represent that, then I'll accept it.
Well, I'm not going to represent it to you. I mean,
No, I
you seem to
have
have a pretty good memory with Mr. Friedman, so my question remains. And if you can't answer it, if you don't know, then you don't know. That's fine.
Mhm.
But the question is, Mr. Daniels posted this actually before the CNN publications, correct?
I think so, but I'm not sure. I don't want to testify for something that I'm not sure about, but I think so.
And so if he posted it before the CNN publications, you would agree with me that this is what he thought of you before those CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
So when he said there is a special ring of hell reserved for people who exploit the Afghanistan crisis and Afghan refugees for profit, correct?
Correct.
And if he posted this before the CNN publications, he couldn't have got the words exploit for profit from the CNN, correct?
That's correct.
This is his own opinion of you, correct?
Correct.
And this was an opinion that he was putting out on LinkedIn before CNN ever published anything, correct?
Correct.
Now, one of the other things you deleted, the primary way you communicate with people, or you did communicate with people back in 2021, was with this app Signal, correct?
Correct.
And just so we can explain it to the jury, Signal's, I guess, kind of like a phone and a text messaging app all in one, is that right?
It's an encrypted messaging app.
You can make calls on it?
You can.
You can text people on it?
Yes.
And it tracks both those texts and records of those phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And that was the way that you communicated with people, correct?
Primarily correct.
And so I think you testified in response to Mr. Friedman's questions that after the CNN publications, you reached out to a couple of people and they didn't respond to you, correct?
That's right.
Isn't it true that you deleted those Signal records so that this jury cannot determine if you ever made those calls?
Yes.
So just to start kind of at the very beginning, we've never had the chance to talk, correct?
Correct.
Never met each other?
Just in passing.
Since Monday, right?
Right.
You've worked with Mr. Friedman here for a couple of years?
Yep.
And I presume that you met with him prior to testifying today?
Yes, we're staying at the same hotel.
I think we're all staying at the same hotel. How long would you say that you met with Mr. Friedman to prep for your testimony today?
In total,
Yeah, sure.
I arrived a couple days early. We spent probably 2 hours one day and maybe the same amount the next day. It's ballpark. I wasn't keeping time.
So you think just 4 hours you spent with him?
In preparation, yeah, but we hung out, we ate together and things like that.
And in those preparation sessions, is that a fair way to describe it?
Yes.
He went over the questions that he was going to ask you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you gave the answers that you would give to his questions, right?
Yes.
And you kind of fine-tuned the way the testimony was going to go?
I wouldn't say it that way, no.
Who else was there in those prep sessions?
We have several attorneys
How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Anyone else besides those 6 attorneys?
And we have a jury consultant as well.
A jury consultant?
Yes.
Is she also like a witness coach?
I don't know. I'm really not familiar with what it is.
And she also was there to kind of make sure that to talk to you about how to talk to this jury?
I wouldn't put it that way, no.
So anyway, I know that Mr. Friedman asked you questions for a long time, and I'm going to try to fill in some details, hopefully. But since you and I have never spoken, and I can ask bad questions, please let me know if I ask you a question you don't understand, okay? I will happily repeat it. When did you move to Austria?
2007.
So you've been living in Austria 17 years?
About that, yeah.
Okay. And so as of November of 2021, fair to say you had been living there for 14 years?
I think so, yes.
And when was the last time you were in Florida?
Counter objection. Violates court order.
All right. Just for the record, I'm overruling the objection.
Mr. Young,
Go ahead and re-ask the question.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Young, when was the last time that you were in Florida?
Before this trip?
Yeah, before this litigation.
Oh, it'd been,
Your Honor, objection. You gave a specific ruling, it's deviating. Change the question.
Question was, when was the last time he was there?
When was the last time you were in Florida?
the question, for the last time before today or before?
Yeah, before today.
Before today was, we had, when was that? Sometime last year, I think it was like September, I'm not sure of the month, maybe, no. It was for mediation, I came here last year sometime.
And then the next question would be, before this litigation, when was the last time you were in Florida?
I'll overrule the objection, go ahead.
Then that was, I'm not sure, it was a long time, more than 10 years. Not sure the date.
Okay. So I want to try to fill in some details about your background. So I know Mr. Friedman asked you about the time you were working for this government agency. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
When did you stop working for that government agency?
I can't answer that question because it's classified.
You can't tell me when you stopped working for that government agency?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you start another job after you worked for that government agency?
That was 2014.
2004?
I think it was 2014, 13 or 14.
2013 or 14. And what was that job? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Graham, something?
That was the one I talked about, Near East Consultants.
Okay. And so that was 2014.
I don't know if it was 13, 14. It's been a long time.
So, Your Honor, I would, for limited, just for Mr. Young, can we put up Defense Exhibit 8? So, Mr. Young, I put up Defense Exhibit 8 in front of you. You see that it's a record that's been produced by Amentum 00057. And do you recognize this as a resume for you?
No, I don't.
This is not a resume for you?
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, I would still admit this pursuant to your order on the Amentum motion to eliminate filed by plaintiffs.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Defense 8 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. So you see, Mr. Young, up at the top, if you could blow up the top, just so we can kind of frame this for the jury, Mr. Lemeza. Zachary Young, that's you, correct?
Yes.
And there's an email address, zacharyyoung@groundworkglobal.com. You see that?
I do.
And then a phone number. Is that your phone number?
Yes, it is.
And is this a document that you put together?
It is a document.
Okay. And so let's go down a little bit, Mr. Lemeza. Yeah, to Near East Consulting. So it looks like, based on this resume, based on this document you put together, that you worked for Near East Consulting from July 2013 to October of 2014, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, Smith's facts on notice.
The question's based on what, he said he put it together?
No, he didn't. He said he didn't recognize it's not his, and then he moved it in
Oh.
based on the Amentum declaration.
He just said he put it together.
Yeah, he asked him just a minute ago if he had put it together.
Oh, sorry, I missed
Right.
that.
And you said yes, right, Mr. Young?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Withdrawn, Your
All
Honor.
right. Overruled. If not withdrawn.
So, Mr. Young, at least based on this document you put together, it says you worked for Near East Consulting from July 2013 to October 2014. You see that?
I see it says that, yeah.
Is that correct? Is that the correct time period?
I don't know if it was, I think it was 13, 14, but I don't know about the specific dates.
Roughly correct, right?
Roughly.
And then if you move up, it says Frontier Services Group, and that was another company you testified you worked for yesterday. Do I have that right?
Correct.
And here it says you worked for that company from 2014 to 2015. Is that roughly the right time frame?
That's, yes, that's correct.
And let me go back to Near East Consulting for a second. You're going to have to forgive me. I can't remember. Did you identify any of the people that you worked with at Near East Consulting yesterday when you testified?
I don't think so.
Okay. What about Frontier? Did you identify when you testified yesterday any of the people you worked with at Frontier?
I don't think I did.
You didn't? The people you worked with at Near East, you ever work with those people again after 2014?
No.
The people you worked with at Frontier, did you ever work with those people again after 2015?
No.
I think you testified that you worked for another company called Aero. Was that A-R-R-O-W or A-E-R-O?
I don't think it was either. I think it was like A-A-R-O-W. It was an Emirati company.
Okay. And so, looking at this document, when did you work for that company?
It was the same time period, 2013 to 14. None of this was, I'll stop there.
Just 2013, 2014, somewhere in there?
Right.
And did you work with anyone from Aero again after 2014?
From Aero. Define work with. I mean, work.
What's that?
I'm under, not directly worked with, but I have.
Who's the person you're thinking about?
Mark Sullivan.
And did you work with Mark Sullivan at Amentum?
No.
So after you worked with Mark Sullivan at Aero, well, let me ask you this, it's a better question. Did you work with Mark Sullivan at Aero back in 2014?
Yes.
And after 2014, you never worked with Mark Sullivan again, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way. I can elaborate if you want me to. But not directly working on a project with him, but working towards projects.
What company did you work with that generated income to you that you worked on with Mark Sullivan after 2014?
Okay, then none.
Then the answer is no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then you see Nemex Enterprises, Inc. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's a company that you started. That's your company, correct?
Yes.
Objections. Let's read the document.
I think you're referring to the top.
I am. I'm referring to Nemex Enterprises, Inc. 2015.
It had a different MX.
Yeah. And so that's a company that you started?
Yes.
And it says July 2015. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
And then it lists a company called Groundwork. You see that?
I do.
You didn't talk about Groundwork yesterday, correct?
No.
Groundwork didn't get off the ground?
Not as we expected it to.
You never generated any income from this company, Groundwork, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go to the second page, Mr. DeMeza, and if you could just blow up the entire page for the jury and for Mr. Young. So you see Blackwater up at the top from July 2003 to July 2005. That's accurate, right?
Yes, that's ballpark. It's the months are definitely not accurate, but the years.
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
This was a long time ago, so I'll do the best I can.
Understood. Nobody's holding you to the months. And then below that, there's your U.S. Navy service, right?
Correct.
And then your education, that's correct?
Yep, that's correct.
And if you look at below that, you have skills. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
And skills, this is something you drafted?
Yes.
And if you look at the first one, employs sound judgment, high integrity, and some other things, you see that?
Yes.
The second is deals with fast-moving, ambiguous, and unstructured situations by combining people and street smarts with subject matter expertise, knowledge of foreign language areas and cultures. You see that?
I do.
Number three, successfully manage great amounts of responsibility and trust.
Yep, see it.
4, able to think on my feet using common sense and flexibility to make quick decisions.
See it.
5, handling demanding responsibilities, often requiring to work long hours.
Yep, see it.
And then the last one is physically and psychologically fit, energetic, and able to cope with stress. You see that?
Correct.
And that was something you put together?
Yes.
You can take that one down. And then, Mr. Demez, if you can put up Defense Exhibit 153 just for the witness. And so, Mr. Young, I am showing you what appears to be your LinkedIn page. Do you see that?
I do.
And I'm looking at the About section. Do you see that?
I can see it, but there we go. It's better.
Yeah, just let me know if something's not clear enough. We'll make it bigger for you. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's something you drafted?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit 153.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's 153 is admitted.
Thank you.
You want that?
Yeah, can I publish it? I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. And so just looking at this About, Mr. Young, this is something that you wrote yourself, correct?
Right, correct.
I'm looking at the second paragraph. If you could just highlight that, Mr. DeMeza. There you go. For most of my professional career, I've worked in transitional, emerging, and fragile environments. I feed off the challenge and excel under duress. That's something you wrote?
Yes.
My area of operations spanned the globe to include significant work in high-risk environments, which presented especially unique challenges. See that?
Yep.
These landscapes were as diverse as the problems and issues we faced, and although the experiences were rewarding, they were often dramatic and intense. Right?
Absolutely. Yes.
And that's something you wrote?
Yes.
And that was accurate?
Definitely.
You can take that down. Thank you. So kind of focusing now on 2000, well, let me say this. You provided CNN certain tax returns of yours and your company, Nemix, in this case, correct?
Yes.
You provided those for 2017, moving forward to 2022?
I think so. Yeah, that's right.
You didn't provide them for any years prior to that, correct?
Correct.
In 2017, you started this, or 2016, 2017, you started this Nemix company, right?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember the date, though.
And Nemix was a company that you founded. It was your company, right?
Yes.
Doesn't have a phone number?
No.
Doesn't have a website?
No. No website.
Doesn't have a physical location?
No, it uses a business service facility. It's a virtual office.
And when you started Nemix in 2017, you were working for yourself, correct?
Yes.
So you had retired from government work at some point before that, right?
Correct.
And you had gone through those jobs that we talked about, right?
Yep.
So what I want to do now is show you your 2017 tax return. Okay. So we could put up Defense Exhibit 7 just for this witness. And that's the first page. If you go to the second page. And Mr. Young, do you recognize that as your 2017 tax return?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, Your Honor, I move for admission of this document.
No objection.
No.
No objection.
Fence, what number was it?
7.
Fence 7's admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. And so, if you could just, actually, Mr. Demez, you could just blow up the top, and we'll just orient the jury once, and then we won't do it again. So, this is your tax return, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed it? You signed it? Yes? You got to give me yes. And then you have an accountant who filed it for you?
Yes.
And that's an accountant in South Florida?
Yes.
All right. So if you can go out of that, Mr. DeMeza, and then blow up the income section. And so if you look at that number at the bottom, for 2017, this lists your income as negative $4,332, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that in 2017, you had no income?
Yes.
You didn't earn income from any source in 2017, correct?
Correct.
If we could take that one down and put up Defense Exhibit 6 for Mr. Young, just for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, do you recognize this as Nemix's, your company's 2017 tax return?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move for the admission of DX6.
No objection.
Without objection, defendant 6 is admitted.
Thank you. And may I publish? Thank you. And so just to orient the jury here, this is your tax return for Nemix Enterprises 2017, correct?
Correct.
And this is your company?
Yes.
You're the only employee?
Yes.
There's a Boca Raton address?
That's the BSF address, for the Business Services Facility. Yep.
And Phantom Court reporter, is he loud enough for you?
I'll talk louder and bring this closer.
Thank you. And just going down now to the income section. Yeah, pull it all the way down. Nemix's total income for 2017 was $21,383. You see that?
Yes.
You don't remember what the source of that income in 2017 was, correct?
Correct.
And, Mr. DeMeza, if you could just go back down go down a little bit. Yeah, grab the net income. Thank you. There you go. And so you see that line 21, the ordinary business income for Nemix was $824.
I see that, yes.
Do you remember what Nemix was doing in 2017?
No, I don't.
All right, we can take that down. Let's go to 2018. And Mr. DeMeza, if you put up Defense Exhibit 11, please.
Just for you, Mr. Young.
Just for Mr. Young. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you what I believe is your 2018 personal income, income tax statement. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of DX11.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, that's 11 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Again, this is your tax return, your personal tax return for 2018, correct?
Correct.
And so if we go to the third page, yeah, if you could blow that up. Thank you, Mr. DeMeza. You see that it says your wages for 2018 were $165,385. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this was when you were actually an employee of Amentum, correct?
DynCorp at the time.
Correct, DynCorp.
Yep.
Before pre-acquisition.
Yes.
And this was compensation for working on that Saudi Arabia project that I think you talked about with Mr. Friedman?
Correct.
Yep. If you go below that, there's a line 7, actually a line 6, that has a negative $354,224. Do you see that?
I do.
And because of that, your income ultimately at the bottom was reported 0, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what that deduction is for, correct?
It was I do know.
You do know?
Yeah.
Okay, what was it for?
It was a net operating loss carryover. I think that's the term. I'm not an accountant, but I think that's what it was.
From what company?
I'm not sure. That's why I have somebody else do my taxes.
Well, we looked at your resume that showed the Frontier and the other one. So, and before that, I think the assumption would be that you were working for the government. So what company was that $354,000 loss associated with?
That would be classified, the answer to that.
That'd be classified. So this is your tax return for 2018. You didn't work for the government in 2017, correct?
Correct.
You didn't work for the government in 2016, correct?
Correct.
You didn't work for the government in 2015, correct?
Correct.
You didn't work for the government in 2014, correct?
Correct.
You didn't work for the government in 2013, correct?
I can't answer that question because it's classified.
So you're telling this jury that because of something that happened in 2013, working for the government, you're now taking a $354,000 loss in 2018, despite the fact you had no carryover loss the year before in 2017.
I don't.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And because of that, your income was zero, correct?
That's right.
You paid no taxes?
That's correct.
Now, the Amentum project, and actually Mr. Mezzo, if you can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 4, please. And I believe another version of this was admitted. We'll just do it this way, because I haven't had time to update my outline. Mr. Young, this is your employment agreement with DINCORP, correct?
Yep, correct.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 4.
Objection, Your Honor.
Defense 4 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Thank you. And if you look up at the top, the date is June 27th, 2018.
Correct.
That was the date you started working as an employee for DINCORP?
Yes.
And if you just blow up the very top, I think Mr. Friedman showed you this or something like this yesterday.
Right.
This sets out the fact that your annualized salary will be $361,000.
Correct.
And you would be an at-will employee.
Correct.
Now, you were an employee of DINCORP for 2018 and 2019, correct?
Correct.
And in 2019, I think you testified that the Saudi contracts did not get approval from the U.S. government,
That's correct.
and ultimately your employment with DINCORP stopped, correct?
Correct.
Can you take that down and put up PX 18, which is already in evidence? And I believe you testified that this was the agreement between DINCORP and the Saudi government, correct?
Correct.
Now, this document was actually produced by you in this litigation, correct?
Yes.
And you can tell by the little numbers in the bottom that say Young 0001.
Yes.
You didn't produce any other documents yourself from DINCORP, correct?
I don't recall. I thought we did a contract or something.
You didn't produce, I think it was your testimony yesterday, that you put together this document, correct?
That's right, correct.
You didn't produce any emails with anyone about the construction of this contract, did you?
No.
You didn't produce any emails at all about the Saudi project, did you?
No.
And your name can't be found anywhere in this entire document, can it?
Not in this document, no.
Your Honor, may we approach for a minute?
All right. Hang on. I'm holding. You hadn't been up here when we had sidebar.
I was just sitting there going, it's my turn, come on. All right, thank you. And if I'm talking too fast, just give me the sign. Mr. Young, you're aware that in this case, CNN made a request of Amentum DynCorp to produce documents related to you, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that production, correct?
I did.
And there were no emails for you that were related to this Saudi contract, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified that in this agreement, I'm looking for the page, there was a bunch of very prominent people, correct?
Yes.
I wish I had the page. Oh, it's page 20. Mr. Domestic, go to page 20. And I think, yeah, if you just blow up the people, there you go. Thank you. All right. And you talked about this being the dream team, correct?
That's right.
And these are the quiet professionals?
Yes.
Which of these people advertised services on LinkedIn?
No objection. Foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Sure.
Foundation.
Yeah, so Mr. Young, I think you testified that you worked pretty closely with these people, correct?
Correct.
And I think you testified that these were close professional contacts, correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with these people, correct?
Yeah, I know.
You know, right? Mm-hmm. Which of these people advertised their services on LinkedIn?
Objection, Your Honor. Still foundation.
I'll sustain. I think there's one or
Okay,
two.
I'll keep going.
I don't mind answering.
What's that?
I don't mind answering it.
Yeah, okay. Do you know if any of these people are on LinkedIn?
I don't know. And I don't know if they advertise on LinkedIn. I'm not them.
You're not them. But part of this quiet professional thing is that you are not out on the internet, correct?
No, not correct.
Not correct? So which of these people are you connected to on LinkedIn?
I'm not sure. I haven't gone back and checked.
Do you know whether any of these people were advertising evacuation services on LinkedIn?
I don't know. Doubt it, but I don't know.
You doubt it, right?
I doubt it. I have no way of knowing that.
Going back to this Saudi contract, you were talking a little bit about yesterday about what your role was, and I think one of your roles was training people in asset kind of management. Is that fair to say?
That was one of the areas.
That was one of the areas. And did you train, I guess the idea of what I'm trying to get at, something I didn't understand yesterday, was the idea that you were going to be training Saudis how to go into other countries?
That's right.
And you'd be training those Saudis how to go into other countries and recruit assets?
Yep, you got it.
And those would be people in those other countries?
Exactly.
And some of those countries, I guess, would be Iran, you talked about yesterday?
Iran's a big one.
Iran's a big one.
And for Saudi, yeah.
And so that training, did you train people when they went to go to Iran how to evade detection?
I want to answer that, but your terminology is wrong. I wouldn't say it that way.
All right.
Not trying to play games,
But like, I think you've demonstrated that you think you at least have a pretty good control of the English language. So do you understand what evade detection means?
I do, and we wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be a good idea.
You wouldn't train people how to evade detection?
Evade detection.
Yeah, not being identified as a Saudi asset.
Oh, I think what you mean to say is detect surveillance, not evade. Detect would be to determine if you have it. Evade would be my interpretation is to run away from detection. Run away from detection doesn't make sense to me.
Would you train people about how to not get identified as a Saudi employee?
As an intelligence officer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because if they got identified, that would be bad for their job in Iran, right?
It was just the terminology, and it's really important because you want to detect it. You don't want to run away from it. That would be not good.
Did you do any training in this project, or was there plans to do any training for these Saudi intelligence officers of what would happen if they got caught?
Yes, that is part of what we would do.
Why?
Well, can I give a long it? I don't want to give you.
I'm just looking as
Okay.
succinct as you can.
As succinct as I can. Okay. So that's why the detection part is so important. I talked about how when you do this kind of stuff, you're kind of like you're protecting the life of your source. So if you get caught, I mean, you could be responsible for the death of another human being. So.
Right. So you want to make sure that they know how to not get caught.
Correct.
And I assume that when you train them, you also want to make sure that they know if they get caught, how to deal with that situation, correct?
Yeah, that'd be part. I talked about urban SEER training: survive, evade, resist, escape.
Yeah.
That would come if you have to use that skill set. Then things are going bad.
Right. And I assume you also taught them how to, if they were arrested in Iran, how to deal with that situation.
Oh yes, that's part of that. Mhm.
Right. And I assume some of that training would be like, how would you deal with people if you were being interrogated, correct?
Yes.
Because you certainly wouldn't want to get arrested in Iran and suddenly admit that you're a Saudi intelligence officer, correct?
No, that would be very bad.
Right. So you have to have the skills to know how to handle an interrogation, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to get into a long discussion, but even if you could handle an interrogation, like, there's no good outcome for that scenario.
I assume.
Okay.
But I assume that when someone's put in that very stressful situation, you want to give them the skills to try to come out of that the best they can, right?
Yes, definitely.
Right. And a lot of that would involve not burning your connections to the Saudi government, right? I mean, you wouldn't instruct them to go in and say, "You got me. I'm a Saudi intelligence officer." You wouldn't tell them.
No, I would not tell them to do that.
Right. You would teach them how to lie if they needed to get out of that interrogation, correct?
I wouldn't phrase it that way. You can go in and try to lie out of it, but it wouldn't be effective. So that's not really what we would teach.
Right, but you would teach them how to minimize and how to, I guess,
Survive.
Distract, survive.
Yeah.
Stick with your cover story.
I'm not trying to be evasive. It's really a complicated scenario. It could be that you wouldn't want to just say, "Hey, I'm not talking. Take my fingernails off," like they do in the movies. That's not the way it happens. But the idea is you want to teach them the skills to, number one, not be in that situation. But if it happens, they have to be able to survive, as long as possible.
Right. And those were skills that you were teaching.
Yes.
Mr. De Meza, if we can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 10 just for this witness. And Mr. Young, do you recognize this as the NEMIX 2018 tax return?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I admit Defense Exhibit 10?
No objection.
Defense 10's
And may I publish? I keep remembering that. Thank you. And so now we're in 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. De Meza, if you go to the, see, you're way ahead of me. Total income for NEMIX in 2018 is $5,000. You see that?
Yes.
And then if we go down. Yeah, that's great. You see the ordinary business income for NEMIX in 2018 was negative $7,400, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that's because you took a deduction for $12,000?
That's right.
Do you know what those deductions were for?
No, I don't remember.
You were working for GinCorp as an employee in 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, what was Nemix doing?
Can I explain for a minute the whole timeline here?
I mean, just, if you could just try
It's
to
quick.
answer my question.
That's what I'm trying to. So the 5,000 was before the contract, I believe.
Okay.
And then I was an employee after that.
So we can take that down. And if you could put up Defense Exhibit 13, Mr. DeMeza, this is just for the witness. I don't think there's going to be an objection, but we'll be careful. And Mr. Young, do you recognize this as your 2019 personal income tax return?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, may I publish Defense Exhibit 13? Sorry, may I admit and publish Defense Exhibit 13?
No objection. Defense 13 is admitted and published.
And so, yeah, Mr. Mez, if you could blow that up. And so, if you look at the top line, you see $382,503, correct?
Yes.
And those were your wages working for DynCorp in 2019?
Yes.
You were a W-2 employee, correct?
Yes.
But then as you go down, you also claim a loss of $373,735, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know what that was for, do you?
I don't know. I'm guessing it was a carryover again.
It wasn't some part of some classified deduction, was it?
It was, if it was that carryover.
Okay, well, Mr. Young, do you remember sitting for a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
And, Your Honor, may I approach? Thank you. And thank you. Just one second. Hold on one second. Yeah, if we go to the third page. Yeah, if you blow up the third page, thank you. And you see there's a loss there of $322,539, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know what the source of that $322,539 deduction is, do you?
No, sitting here today, I don't do my taxes. I can't walk you through this.
I mean, that's a pretty significant loss, correct?
I don't know. Depends who you ask.
Well, is it a real loss of income?
It's a real loss of income, of course.
And isn't a loss of $320,000 pretty significant?
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that?
No.
Okay. So that $322,000 loss on your income tax return, that isn't significant to you?
It's significant, but it's a carryover.
But it's a carryover, meaning that you lost the money at some point before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a $300,000 loss is pretty significant, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know that $322,000 loss is part of some sort of classified deduction, correct?
No, it would be. The details for the entire carryover, you see my tax return, is that the whole background of that is classified.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask you to go to page 297, 18 to 23. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Young, I'm putting in front of you a copy of your deposition.
Okay.
So you recall sitting for a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you took an oath to tell the truth?
Yes.
Just like you did today?
Yes.
And you recall being asked,
Your Honor, object to improper impeachment.
Which lines are you talking about?
297, 18 to 23.
I'll overrule whatever the objection.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Young, you recall being asked, okay, what is the source of the $322,000 deduction? Do you see that?
I do.
And you wrote, I have no idea. Do you see that?
I do.
You were then asked, okay, you don't know it to be part of some sort of classified deduction, question mark. Do you see that?
Yes.
You answered, no. Well, I don't know what it is.
Yes, I see that.
And that was your answer when you were deposed in 2023? Yes. You can put that away for now. And, yeah, be careful, those things fly open. You got it. And because of that deduction, you again, if we go back to the first page, just blow up the bottom part. Because of that deduction, you ended up with zero taxable income in 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Didn't pay any taxes even though you made $382,000?
I wouldn't put it that way. And there's no taxes that I paid that year because I had to carry over.
You didn't pay any taxes in 2009 for your 2019 income, correct?
That's right.
So if we can take that down, Mr. Demez, and put up Defense Exhibit 12 just for this witness. And Mr. Young, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 12 as your 2019 NEMIX tax return?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I move to admit Defense Exhibit 12? No objection, Your Honor.
It's 12 submitted.
Thank you. May I publish?
Okay.
So now we're in 2019, at least for the tax returns, right?
Yep.
In 2019, isn't it fair to say that you spent the entire year as a DINCORP W-2 employee?
Yes.
Okay. NEMIX wasn't doing anything in 2019, correct?
Correct.
And so this is your NEMIX 2019 tax return?
Yes.
Okay. Go back to the main page, Mr. Demeza. Yep. If you could blow up the top, capture those, yeah. Just go all the way down, thank you. And so if you look at 1A, gross receipts, there's nothing there, correct?
Yes.
Because NEMIX wasn't doing any work that year, was it?
That's right.
And if you go down to the bottom, there's a ordinary business income loss of $51,000. Do you see that?
I do.
So NEMIX was doing nothing, but you took a $51,000 loss for this business, and then you deducted that against your income that you earned for DINCORP, correct?
I think so. I really don't. I can't speak authoritatively to how my taxes are done. That's why I have somebody else do them.
So let's go to page 9 of this document. If you could blow up that section, Mr. Demeza. So this is 2019, when you were an employee of DINCORP, correct?
Yes.
NEMIX wasn't doing anything, correct?
Correct.
And you took $51,000 in deductions for business expenses?
Yes.
$31,000 in travel for NEMIX?
Yes.
Where did you go for NEMIX when it wasn't doing anything in 2019?
I don't remember.
You don't know what these deductions were for, do you?
I don't remember.
And take that one down, thank you. And Mr. Meza, if you can put up Defense Exhibit 16 just for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, go to page 3, thank you. Mr. Young, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 16 as your 2020 tax return?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 16.
No objection. And 16 submitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Thank you. And so that's your 2020 tax return, correct?
Yes.
And if you can go out of that and go to the top. Yeah, no, sorry, yeah, go to the middle, thank you. And you see number 1 is $361,000 in W-2 income, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And that was This was money you earned as a W-2 employee from DynCorp, correct?
Correct.
But actually, this was for severance, right, in 2020?
Money, yeah, that's right.
Because the Saudi project ends in 2019, you were paid severance in 2020?
Yes.
And then if you also look at this, as you go down, there's another, on line 8, there's another negative income of $159,000. You see that?
I do.
And that was a deduction that was taken against your income, correct?
I'm not sure. I believe so.
And you don't know what that loss represents, correct?
Correct.
This was in 2020, correct?
Yes.
So just, since this return was filed in 2021, correct?
Yes.
So this is just about 3.5 years ago, and you don't know what that loss was for?
No, I don't recall the details.
I'm not asking for the details, but what business was that loss associated with?
I don't know.
Let's take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 16. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's put up Defense Exhibit 17, Mr. Meza. Thank you, just for the witness, thank you. And if we go to page 2, we're almost done with these. You recognize this, Mr. Young, as your NEMICS 2020 tax return?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Defense Exhibit 17.
No objection. 17th admitted.
Thank you. And may I publish?
Yeah.
Thank you. May I publish? Thanks, Gary. All right. And so this is your NEMICS, this is your company's 2020 tax return, correct?
Correct.
And again, go back to the main page. Gross receipts of $5,800. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that was for?
I'm just not recalling off memory.
NEMICS wasn't involved in any projects in 2020, correct?
Well, look, I have to see the documents, but I think that's when Amentum brought me back on as a contractor. I'm not sure. I'd have to see it. I was brought back on in 2020, and I got that 1-year contract.
Right at the end, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the beginning of this. I think. I'd have to see the contract.
NEMICS takes a loss of $54,000. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you take all of that loss on your personal tax return, correct?
Yep.
We can take that down. Now we're moving to 2021. We're making good progress. And Mr. DeMeza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 14, which plaintiff's already admitted is a different document. I just don't recall which one it is. Just for the witness. And Mr. Young, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 14 as your new work spend Amentum contract?
That's right.
Okay, Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 14. Okay.
Defense 14 is admitted.
And may I publish? So just, I think you testified a little bit about this yesterday, but I want to give the jury some more information. So you had worked for Amentum in 2019, then paid severance in 2020. You worked as a W-2 employee, correct?
Yes.
But then you were let go as a W-2 employee, correct?
Yes.
And you were let go at in 2020. And then you enter into this contract that we're looking at here. And this is a little bit different, right? Because it's with Amentum and your company, NEMICS, right?
Correct.
And unlike your previous contract, this contract only has a 1-year term, correct?
Correct.
And so if you actually look at the second paragraph, you can blow that up. Yeah. Keep going down. Duration and timeline. Thank you. The proposed period of performance is for a period of 12 months. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so this contract was starting on November 16th of 2020, and it was scheduled to end on November 15th of 2021, correct?
Yep, correct.
Isn't it true that from the end of the DynCorp project in 2019, I know you got severance payment, until the start of this contract in November of 2020, you were not working in any capacity?
I wouldn't say that. Well, working, if you mean making money, then I would agree with you. Otherwise, I'd disagree with you.
So let me ask it this way.
That was a complicated answer.
From the time the Saudi Arabia engagement ended at the end of 2019,
Yep.
through the start of this agreement in November of 2020, were you employed in any capacity?
No.
And so this contract was not related to any specific opportunity, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way. I wouldn't say it that way.
What about this question? This agreement is not associated with this specific DynCorp project, correct?
I got to disagree. I mean, I can explain if you want me to, but.
Your Honor, 554, 5 through 7. Mr. Young, if you take that red binder out, you go to page 554. The numbers are in the right-hand corner.
What lines are we going to, Mr. Axelrod?
554, 5 through 7. So, Mr. Young, do you recall being deposed back in November of 2023?
Still remember, yes.
Okay. You remember taking an oath to tell the truth?
Yes.
And isn't it true that when you sat for a deposition regarding this agreement, you were asked, this is an agreement that is not associated with this specific DynCorp project? Do you see that question? And you answered no, correct? I did. You can put that to the side. This contract, unlike when you were a W-2 employee, fair to say that this was like a part-time contract?
You could say it that way. It's a typical contractor contract as opposed to a W-2 employee.
Right, but it was you could only work under this contract up to 10 hours per week, correct? So this wasn't like a full-time job?
No.
Okay. And this was a one-year contract, correct?
Correct.
Set to expire on November 15th of 2021?
Yes.
So you started working under this contract in 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you sent some invoices from Nemix to WorkSpend, which is actually Amentum?
That's right.
Isn't it true that the last invoice that you sent to Amentum under this contract was for work that you did in April? I'm just waiting for Judge Henry. Need a water?
I hope I didn't give it to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Young, isn't it true that the last invoice you sent under this contract was for work you did in April of 2021?
I don't remember, but if you represent that, it then sounds right.
Well, I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that this jury gets all the facts.
Okay, then I'll just say yes.
You'll just say yes without knowing whether it's true?
Okay, go ahead. I think so. I don't have the document in front of me, so it's hard to know.
Mr. Mezzer, if you can put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 51, which I assume there's no objection to.
Was it in 51 in?
I can't recall.
Okay. I don't think it's been admitted.
Okay.
You want him to
Yeah.
show it for the witness?
Yeah, just for the witness. And so, Mr. Young, I'm showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 51. And do you see that this is an invoice from you to WorkSpend Payroll dated 30 of April 2021?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I move for admission of PX 51.
No objection. Plaintiff's 51 will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Now, isn't it true Mr. Young, that after you sent this invoice to Amentum on 30 April 2021, you never sent another invoice under this contract to Amentum?
Sitting here today, I really just don't recall it. It sounds right to me. I think you have everything that I've ever invoiced to Amentum.
And so,
unless you have something
if
more.
you just open up that binder, I'm going to try, well, let me ask you this way, I'll do it the correct way. When looking at something, refresh your recollection as to whether this was the last invoice you sent to Amentum under this contract.
I would have to look at all the invoices, and if this is the last one, then I would say, yes, this is the last invoice.
Would it be helpful to you to look at your testimony that you gave in a deposition on this issue?
Sure.
Okay, so open up that red binder. Don't read it out loud. Just go to page 567 and read lines 1 to 4 to yourself.
567?
567, sir. And let me know when you've had it.
That's a yes then.
While I was reading that, just find a good spot. I'll take a break for the afternoon.
Once-
Catch you off. But
One more document, Your Honor. And so, does that refresh your recollection as to whether, before you nod, let me just finish my question so we're not talking over each other. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether this was the last invoice you ever sent to Amentum under this contract?
Yes, after reading this, yes.
Your Honor, let's just take a break now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, go ahead and put your notepads in your folders there. When you leave them on your chairs. And I'll read the instruction that we're about to take our afternoon recess. Remember all the rules I've given you today are outside the courtroom, such as that recess. Remember the rule, do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel. And when we come back, if you use your phones, just make sure your phones or electronic devices are turned off before coming back in the courtroom. Why don't you gather back in the jury lounge at 3:35, and we'll bring you back in the courtroom. All right, we'll be in recess till then. Before we break, anything you need to address from the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No. And I'll try not to have caught the coughing bug that everybody seems to have.
Okay, knock on wood.
I'm going to go grab some coffee down. I'll see you in all in 10 minutes.
Sit down. Ready?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Tomorrow morning, should we put the shades down because all we see from here is a silhouette?
Okay. Yeah, we can.
I mean, today it's okay, but
Yeah, there's, apparently they're automatic over here. Are you okay right now?
yeah, for today, just maybe
We'll get them in the morning. Okay.
tomorrow.
Will do.
We like to see faces.
Depends on the face, but probably.
All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nemeza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 19 just for Mr. Young. And so, Mr. Young, I think this is a document that Mr. Friedman showed you yesterday, but this is the defense version of it. But anyway, if you look at the top email, and you understand that the top email is the most recent one, and the older ones kind of go backwards down the page.
Yes.
Okay, you familiar with that?
Yep.
So you'll see that this is an email from Christopher K. on July 14th to you, and then there's a bunch of emails that come before that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 19.
Objection. All right, Defense 19 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
So just to frame for the jury where we were before we took a break, I think you testified that the last invoice you sent to Amentum under this agreement was for work you did in April, right?
Yes.
You said that April 30th of 2021?
Correct.
So now we're in July, so May, June, and so about 2.5 months later, fair to say?
Yes.
So if we can go down the page to the bottom, and Mr. Nemeza, the email kind of spans the 2 pages. Yep. Pages 1 to 2. If you could blow up that email that spans pages 1 to 2. Thank you. And so, Mr. Young, you would agree that this was an email from you to this Christopher K. Hall, right?
Correct.
And you write, "It's been a while. I trust you are keeping well these days. I just wanted to follow up on the below to see if you might be interested in discussing how we might be able to leverage some of the material we were able to recover on your behalf, or if perhaps I might be able to assist Amentum in other areas. While I can certainly be available for telecon anytime, it might also be interesting for me to spend some time with you and your training cadre in the coming weeks to help map out a way forward. Please let me know your thoughts on this." So fair to say that you're essentially saying, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to do more work for Amentum.
Yes, that's fair.
That's fair? Okay. You're essentially pitching more work to Amentum.
Trying to, reach out and shake them a little bit.
Right, because you hadn't been doing any work for the last 2.5 months.
Right.
Okay. Now, if we can go up this email chain, Mr. Nemeza. It looks like Chris doesn't respond to your email, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you follow up on July 14th, which is just a couple days later, 4 days later. And you say, "Hi, Chris. I hope your week is going well. Just circling back on the below to see if you have interest in utilizing me for any of your current projects. We're discussing how I might be able to assist in further developing the recovered training material for your use. As noted previously, I would be happy to spend a few days with you and the training cadre, if that would be helpful." Got that right?
Yep.
So again, you're just following up again 4 days later. You're saying, "I'm here.
Exactly.
Bring me in. Let me do more work," right?
Yes.
Going up to the top of this. Mr. K. Hall responds, responded the same day. "I apologize for the delayed response. It's been crazy around here with proposals and contract work. Right now, I don't have anything for you, but I'm open to discussing potential future development in the near future. Can we set a call for this Friday after 13 Eastern Time or late next week? You see that?
I do.
So fair to say that as of July 14th of 2021, Amentum had no work for you, correct?
Correct.
So we can put that one down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up Defense Exhibit 20, just for the witness. And Mr. Young, I think this is one that Mr. Friedman showed you, but do you see this email that has been marked as Defense Exhibit 20, which the top email is from Jill Bruton to you, dated July 16th?
I see it.
Your Honor, move for admission of Defense Exhibit 20.
No objection.
Defense 20 submitted.
And may I publish? It's been published. Okay. Thank you, Gary. And I'm looking at the email that is on the bottom half of the first page. Mr. DeMeza blew it up for me. Do you see that there?
I see it.
And actually, Mr. Mez, I want to capture the top. Got to grab the date real quick before you go there. Thank you. Just a little bit hard to see. Maybe I'm going more blind than I am. This is from you to Jill Bruning on July 16th. It's just 2 days later after you reached out to Mr. Cahall.
Yes.
And you're checking in 2 days later. You're pretty eager to get to work, right?
Yes.
You have nothing else going on?
Not that I recall. It was a while ago.
And you're right. Hi, Jill. I trust you are keeping well these days. Because it had been a few months since we finished our data recovery efforts, I checked in with Chris Cahall today to again offer to help leverage that material in my unique experience, tying it all together, or perhaps assist Amentum in a BD capacity to socialize new and existing customers to potential offerings relevant to my background. You see that?
Yes.
During our call, I suggested it may be helpful for me to spend a few days with Chris and the Amentum training cadre to discuss above in greater detail in the interest of gaining traction. Based on our call today, and after 3 months of inactivity, this does not seem possible. So to put this in other words, you pitched to Mr. Cahall, bring me in, I'll talk to your folks, see if there's some work we can do together?
Yes.
That's fair to say?
Yep.
And he said that based on our call after 3 months, you wrote, based on our call after 3 months of inactivity, this does not seem possible, right? They didn't want to bring you in.
I wouldn't say that. I can't speak for them.
Well, you wrote, this does not seem possible, right? So in your words, you had proposed coming in to talking to their training cadre. I don't know what that is. But you wrote that this does not seem possible, right? Those are your words.
Those are my words, yes.
You then write, my experience with DynCorp over the years has been overwhelmingly positive, and I would love to continue with Amentum as you continue to grow in this space. In addition to the recommendations of Matt Gunning and Mark Kelton, Bill Purdy, who is the program manager in KSA and is still with Amentum, can attest to the value I bring to any organization wishing to expand in the space. I imagine he would be happy to provide his input if requested. And then you write, because our relationship seems to have stalled, and I'll stop you there. So you're writing that you thought the relationship had stalled, correct?
Yes.
Right. And that's because you hadn't been doing any work. You're now at July 16th, for like the last 2.5 months, right?
That's right.
And my current contract expires in a few months. I propose to Chris either coming on as a full-time employee or agreeing to a non-compete in exchange for a minimum monthly retainer to keep me engaged, as many other companies are also interested in this space. I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time. And so let's just break that down a little bit. You first said, I propose coming on as a full-time employee. So what you're saying is, I know we have this contract in place for me as a contractor being part-time. Hire me as a full-time employee.
That's right.
And they didn't want to do that, correct?
Right.
They also said, you also said, or agreeing to a non-compete in exchange for a minimum monthly retainer to keep me engaged, as many other companies are also interested in this space. And what you were saying there is, if you don't want to bring me in as an employee, then just give me a non-compete, pay me for it, and I won't go work for anybody else.
Exactly.
Okay. And they weren't interested in that either, right?
I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you wrote I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time, right?
Right, correct.
They weren't interested at this time.
That's what it says here.
That's what you wrote here, right?
That is what I wrote here.
Those are your words, right?
Those are my words.
We're on the same page, right?
We are, yes.
This is your email?
Yes.
I just wanted to reach out directly to see if you might perhaps see another area with Amentum in which I might be a good fit. Please let me know if you have any questions or if a call might be helpful. It's fair to say that the Amentum work you were doing was drying up?
No, I don't think that's fair to say.
And you don't think the Amentum work was drying up, even though you hadn't done any work for 2.5 months?
No.
And that you had proposed coming out as an employee or signing a new agreement, and they had rejected that?
No, that's not what that means.
That's not what that means? Okay. After this July 16th email to Ms. Bruning, did you hear from her again about the request that she said she was going to make? Oh, sorry, I missed an email. Let's go up. Yeah. Grab the top, Mr. Meza. All right, so then Ms. Bruning emails you back on July 16th, and she says, "Hi, Zach, thanks for reaching out. I know our team is super busy right now with the Advent laid-in proposal ongoing. There's been a lot of positive feedback on both you and Matt's work, so no issue on that front, exclamation point. As far as contractual terms, we normally would not pay a retainer for non-competes, as we have found with 1099s that is generally not legally enforceable. However, I can request an extension of current contract end date so we don't let them expire." And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. After July 16th, when Ms. Bruning sent this to you, did you hear from her about the request again that she said she was going to make for your current contract extension?
I don't recall hearing back from her, no.
You didn't hear back from her, did you?
I don't think so.
So she said, however, I can request an extension of the current contract, and you never heard back from her about this?
Not from her, no.
Right. And this was July 16th, correct?
Yes.
CNN publication isn't for another August, September, October, November, 4 months? Yep. And Jill Bruning is probably is she the highest ranking person you're talking to there?
Yes.
Okay. She's the president of IS4. You see that?
I do.
What is IS4?
It's a guess. I think it's the first, the I is for intelligence. I know she was involved in that. And S4, I don't know. It's a guess.
So then we can take that down, Mr. Meza. And if you would put up Defense Exhibit 64, just for this witness. And Mr. Young, you see the top email of Defense Exhibit 64 is from Christopher Cahall to you, dated October 13th. Yes. Your Honor, I think this was already used by Mr. Friedman, but we would move to admit it as Defense Exhibit 64. No objection.
64 is admitted.
May I publish?
May.
Thank you. And so, Mr. DeMeza, if you go down to the second email on this page. Yeah. So it's now October 12th. Do you see that, Mr. Young?
Yes.
And you write to Mr. Cahall, correct?
Yes.
I regret the lengthy radio silence and delayed response. Since our discussion, I have been completely immersed in these Afghan evacs, and I'm just now coming up for air. And so that's October 12th?
Mm-hmm.
Were you just coming up for air on October 12th?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, you didn't have any other evacs after October 12th, did you?
I don't believe so.
And so that was a month before the CNN publication, correct?
I don't want to make you pull up the invoices again, but I just don't really remember. I'd have to look at the invoices for the evac to tell you when the last one was. I just don't recall.
Okay. We'll get to those.
Okay.
Come back to it. I have reviewed the document you sent and would be happy to assist where I can. In the short term, that could include assisting drafting your proposal and also leveraging my network to identify suitable candidates for the various roles. My current contract with Amentum is due to expire in a few weeks, so that would need to be extended. So at this point, you had certainly not heard from Amentum that they were going to extend your contract, correct?
That's correct.
I would assume we would stay with an hourly rate and for work performed, but how would I be compensated for referrals? Looking for your comments, and again, regret the delay. See that?
I do.
And so in this email, you're referring to your contract expiring with Amentum, correct?
Correct.
Because you knew it was set to expire in November, correct?
Yes.
So if we go to the top email, and blow up the entire top email, Mr. DeMezza. And so this is Christopher K. Hall emailing you back, October 13th. Zach, good morning. No need for apologies for the delayed response. It has been extremely busy here around 2. I'm hoping, not the best email writer, I'm hoping November and December slow down some, allowing me to look up and out more. Right now I'm consumed with contract transition and training course running across the U.S. Sounds like he's busy, right?
He's a busy guy.
He's a busy guy. To tell you the truth, I have not worked on anything related to the opportunity we talked about since last we spoke. Next week, we have an off-site meeting to discuss the way ahead for the special activities account plan with Rev, Mark, N, and Jill. This has been a long time coming, and we are excited to brief the account plan. If nothing else, we will have a good idea of the future, what the future has in store for us, and resources needed to obtain our goals. MTF, past meeting next week. As for your current contract, for now, we hold off on renewing it until after the offsite next week. See that?
I do.
So isn't it true that this email from Mr. K. Hall informed you that Amentum was holding off at this moment in renewing your contract?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Mr. K. Hall says he's going to tell you he's going to get back in touch with you about the contract after the off-site meeting next week?
That's what he says, yes.
And Mr. K. Hall or Ms. Bruni never got back to you about your contract, correct?
Correct.
And you never spoke to Mr. K. Hall after this email?
No.
You never spoke to Ms. Bruni about this?
Nope.
You never spoke to anyone at Amentum after this email, correct?
Correct.
You never spoke to anyone at Amentum about the CNN publications, correct?
No, correct.
Now this email you have is between you and Amentum, correct?
Yes.
And you see, again, at the bottom, it has those little dates numbers. You see that this was produced by Amentum, correct?
Yes.
You never produced this document, did you?
No.
Was this an email that you deleted?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, come up real quick. Just for the record, I'm sustaining the objection. I'm instructing the jury to disregard the last question and response that were given pertaining to this document. At the beginning of the case, I gave you an instruction about documents that had been lost or destroyed. This is not one of those, so any inference instruction that I gave and will give at the end of this case does not pertain to this document or Mr. Young production of it or non-production of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Young, I asked you before whether you were aware that CNN had subpoenaed Amentum. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that Amentum did produce documents to both parties, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed those documents, correct?
Yes.
In the production Amentum made, Amentum did not include any document that references the CNN publications, did it?
No.
There was no emails whatsoever that discussed whether or not to review your contract, correct?
Correct.
There was no document in that Amentum production that said don't hire Zachary Young because he's a criminal, correct?
Yes.
Actually, Your Honor, let me approach again.
All right.
And just so we can make the record clear, Mr. Young, you never saw any Amentum documents that discussed the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw any Amentum document that discussed not renewing your contract because of the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
And you never had any conversations with anyone at Amentum about renewing your contract, correct?
Correct.
And you never had any conversations with anyone at Amentum about the CNN publications, correct?
Well, I think that I had a call with Chris Cahill that was referred to in the email. I'd have to go back again and look. I think I said there was an email between me and Chris Cahill where I said, nice speaking with you. Or he said that to me. It's all getting a bit...
After the CNN publication?
No, before. This
Yeah.
is around this time.
Right. You never spoke, just listen to my question pretty carefully. You never spoke to anyone at Amentum about the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No mistake in that, right?
Correct.
And isn't it true, sir, that Christopher Cahill no longer works at Amentum, correct?
I don't know.
Matthew Gunning no longer works at Amentum, correct?
That is correct.
John Keeley doesn't work at Amentum, correct?
Correct.
Mark Kelton doesn't work at Amentum, correct?
Correct.
And Bill Purdy doesn't work at Amentum, correct?
Correct.
And those were your primary contacts at Amentum, correct?
Yes.
And none of them are there?
Yes.
If we can take that down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up Defense Exhibit 83, which plaintiffs already admitted, but we'll do this dance really quickly.
Just for the witness.
Just for the witness. And so, Mr. Young, do you recognize this as the letter from WorkSpend about the agreement with Amentum?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit 83.
No objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish? Thank you.
83 is admitted. You may.
And so, Mr. Young, this is an email, or a document, I should say, that you received around November 15th?
Sometime around that period.
Okay. And November 15th was the date that the contract was expiring?
Correct.
And the relationship ended with Amentum?
Yes.
And just to be very clear, nobody from Amentum ever told you that the contract was not being renewed because of the CNN reports, correct?
Correct.
And you never heard from anyone else that the contract with Amentum was not being renewed because of the CNN reports, correct?
Correct.
For the entire time you worked for Amentum, whether it was when you were a W-2 employee or when Nemix had this agreement in 2021, you weren't prohibited from doing work with other companies, were you?
No, I was not.
And other than the evacuation work that you did in 2021, from 2017 to 2021, you didn't work for any other company besides DynCorp Amentum, correct?
Correct.
So we can take that down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up Defense Exhibit 140 just for the witness. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 140. It appears to be, it purports to be your 2021 personal tax return. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit 140. And may I publish? Thank you. And so, Mr. Mez, if we could just blow that up a little bit. Thank you. So we're in 2021, and you see that there's I think it's line 8. Yeah. Other income, and that's $280,284. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's from Nemix?
Yes.
Okay. And this is from evacuations?
I think it was all evacuations, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, did Nemix do any other work besides evacuations in 2021?
Not that I remember.
And so if you can take that down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up Defense Exhibit 141, just for the witness. And, yeah, Mr. Young, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 141 as NEMIX's 2021 tax return?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Defense Exhibit 141.
Objection.
And it's 141 submitted.
Thank you. And so just to show the jury this is NEMIX's tax return for 2021, correct?
Yep, yes,
And you see gross receipts are $505,000. Do you see that?
yes,
And that was comprised of evacuations and payments from Amentum?
yes.
Got it. And as we go down, you see that there are deductions of $225,000?
Yes.
And then that leaves a total income of $280,284. You see that?
Yes.
And that was the number that we saw in your personal tax returns?
That makes sense, yes.
Okay. If we go to page 6, Mr. Meza. Blow that up. And so these, Mr. Young, this represents the deductions that NEMIX took in 2021.
Yes.
And you see the $142,000, that big one, outside services. Do you see what that is?
Yes.
And that was payments to the Uri guy that you talked about with
Yes.
Mr. Friedman?
Correct.
Okay. You see that there's $18,490 in travel expense for 2021. Where did you go in 2021?
I don't remember.
You didn't go to Afghanistan, though, correct?
No, not Afghanistan.
Okay. You see that there's professional fees of $21,000, the deduction. You see that?
Yes.
You don't know what those legal fees were for, do you?
No, I don't know.
You hire any lawyers in 2021?
I have a lawyer in Austria.
Okay. Did NEMIX hire him in 2021 for work?
I don't remember.
So you can take that down, thank you. So let's move on and talk about Afghanistan. So I think you testified that you were in Afghanistan when you were with Blackwater, correct?
Yes.
And that was in around 2004, but correct me if I got it wrong?
Yeah, that's right, 2003, 2004.
And you hadn't been back to Afghanistan from 2003, 2004 to 2021, the period we're talking about now.
You got it.
Right. A lot can change in 17 years, fair to say?
Yes, it's a fair statement.
Okay. You would agree that by mid-August of 2021, we're going to try to do a very abbreviated history lesson, but by mid-August of 2021, the Taliban had seized control of Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan?
Correct.
Incredible turmoil in Afghanistan, right?
Indeed.
And at times, you would agree that the Taliban was going door-to-door hunting for people?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right. And isn't it true that like it was effectively total chaos, right?
That is one way to put it, and I would agree with you.
And isn't it true that the majority of Afghans wanted to leave as the U.S. withdrew and the Taliban took over?
Action Foundation.
Yeah.
I can lay a foundation.
Yes, I'll sustain it. Lay more.
Mr. Young, in August of 2021, you were paying pretty close attention to what was going on in Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
And not just because you were advertising evacuations, but you know the area, you're interested in what's going on, correct?
Yeah, I don't have to be someplace to know what's going on, so yes.
Okay. So isn't it fair to say that in this time period where the U.S. is leaving, Taliban's coming in, the majority of Afghans wanted to leave?
Objection, Foundation, majority.
A lot of Afghans wanted to leave.
Rephrase it. Yep.
A lot of Afghans want to leave.
A whole lot of Afghans
A whole lot of Afghans. We can agree on that. And the Taliban was preventing people from leaving, correct?
They were, indeed.
And isn't it true that, as you understood it, because you understood the situation on the ground in Afghanistan, correct?
I did. I do.
The Taliban wanted to basically control the freedom of movement in and around Kabul and other parts of Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Right. They had it locked down.
Yeah.
Right? People couldn't just leave if they wanted to, right?
Correct.
You couldn't just go to the airport and buy a ticket to get out of Kabul, correct?
I can't say everyone, but for the majority, yeah, they had the place locked down.
Right. The Taliban had kill lists of people they were looking for, correct?
They did.
And these kill lists represented mostly people that had worked with the United States during the 20 years that the U.S. government had been there?
Objection, foundation.
We'll overrule that.
Happy to answer it. It's a little more complicated. It's not just the people that worked for the U.S. government. It's a lot of other people.
Sure. But a lot of the people who were on these kill lists or who were targeted, were in danger, were the people who had worked with the U.S. government, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
In lots of different roles, right?
Definitely.
Interpreters, people in the military, all types of people, right?
Yeah, interpreters were hot targets.
Isn't it true, based on your knowledge of what was going on the ground, that even if you had a passport and a visa, you were going to have problems moving around Afghanistan?
It depends who you are. Not everyone.
Okay. But fair to say the Taliban wanted to kill Afghans that had supported the U.S. military?
I think that's too broad of a statement. Probably not everyone. They had all sorts of jobs that they were contracting to locals that were totally, I think, can't speak for the Taliban, but they probably didn't care so much. But they had other jobs like the interpreters. Yeah, they cared about those guys.
So, sir, isn't it true that when you were deposed, you testified?
Objection.
So, although not on honor.
You have a page line, and are you?
It's also.
Well, are you using it to impeach him, or are you using it to?
Your Honor, he's an opposing party witness. Opposing party. I can actually admit it all if I just want to. I don't even need to do proper.
Right, during your case in chief.
Yeah. What's that?
During your case in chief, but if you're going to cross him, either refresh his recollection or impeach him with it.
Your Honor, is there one issue we can approach on that? I can say it open if you want, if you'd like.
All right, come on.
Bill, can you grab me a bottle of water?
Hang on.
Let me start right now.
right, Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I'll just ask an easier question. Isn't it fair to say that the Taliban was targeting Afghans that had worked with the U.S. military?
Some Afghans that have worked for the U.S. military.
Not all of them?
I can't speak for the Taliban. I mean, I don't think that they were all on the kill list, but they had priorities.
So, Your Honor, it's very long. I only care about 5 lines, but it's 594-21 to 595-20, but I'm really only focused on 595-10 to 15.
Mr. Esser, the lines you care about for which?
595-10 through 595-15.
All right, do you want to
Yeah.
just have them review it?
Yeah.
Ask them a question, or?
So, Mr. Young, isn't it true that the Afghans that supported the U.S. military directly or through defense contractors, the Taliban wanted to kill them all?
I just have a hard time because I can't speak for the Taliban, but yeah, they were looking for people that had worked for defense contractors.
So do you recall being deposed in this case back in 2023?
Objections, improper impeachment. Look at paragraphs, lines 6 through 9. That is the definition of what he's discussing in lines 10 through 15. That's not the question Mr. Axelrod asked him. Meaning, Your Honor, the lines 14 through 15 apply to the description on 7.
I guess for completeness, if you're going to impeach him with it, start on 594-21 and read all the way through 20 on 595.
Cool. So, Mr. Young, do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case?
Yes.
And you recall being asked, so were people outside of this kill list also restricted from leaving the country?
Yes.
And you responded, I don't know for sure, but you know I wasn't physically there, but everything was locked down initially because they had to make sure that they got the people they were looking for. So even if you had a passport and visa, you're going to have problems moving around Afghanistan for a while. If you're the wrong ethnicity, if you're female, if you're a Christian, you're going to have big problems. It doesn't matter what kind of document you have. So although not on a kill list, the kill list, quote unquote, meaning primarily Afghans that in our 20 years that we were there, supported the U.S. military directly or through defense contractors, they wanted their heads. They wanted to kill them all. But the others, which we'll put on a slightly lower category as far as urgency of finding them, they would be anyone that's not of the right tribe, the right ethnicity, females, especially, they are not moving. And did I read that correctly?
Yep, that's right.
And that was your testimony?
Yes.
So besides Afghans that worked with the U.S. military, isn't it true that in your understanding, ethnic and religious minorities were also at risk?
Definitely.
If you were a Christian in Afghanistan at this time, you were going to have big problems, correct?
And still today.
And still today. Very problematic for women?
Very, very.
And so a woman who was Christian would not be able to leave Afghanistan?
Objection. Foundation.
Overruled.
Can you ask me again?
Sure. Sure. A woman who was Christian would not be able to leave Afghanistan?
It would be very difficult for her.
So if you know the white female Christian was trying to leave Afghanistan at the time, she would not have been freely able to do so, would she?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah, come on.
All right, so we're almost getting, oh, I'll learn at some point.
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So near the end of this segment, though, Mr. Young, fair to say that at this point in 2021, I'm really focused on the time period of August, September, October. The Taliban just wasn't letting people leave Afghanistan by air or move around the country. Is that fair to say?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. And I think you testified about this before. You talked about having to, when you were doing your evacuations, your first thing you had to do was get them off the X, right?
Yes.
So you had to, and you tell me if I got the words wrong because I don't have this background, just a caveman lawyer. That is such an old reference. But you had to get them off the X, and so you had to move them covertly from where they were to a safe house, I think was the term you used.
Correct.
Right. And you had to do that without the Taliban finding out, correct?
Yes.
Right. And does the word covertly apply to that? You want to move them covertly?
Clandestine is better.
Clandestine, that's a good word. Good Scrabble word. And that means you need to do it in a hidden manner, right?
Sure.
You couldn't just do it out in the open, right?
Your Honor, I'm just worried that we're getting close to the line we were talking about a minute ago. I don't see the relevance beyond that.
I'll overrule the objection, but
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
as we discussed.
fair to say, and I think you said it before, you called the Taliban a terrorist organization?
Because they are.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't let women have rights as we know them in the U.S., right?
They're
Savages. Awful regime, right? You would agree that helping Afghans escape that terrible regime was a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Right? Because if these people who had helped Americans and say they could be killed, right?
Yes.
And it was especially dangerous for women, right?
Yes.
And so helping women get out was a good thing, right?
I believe so.
Right. And there were lots of groups that were helping people, trying to help people get out of Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Some were of the nonprofit variety. I think you testified about that.
I could talk a little more about that in my testimony.
Right. And we'll get to this in a little bit, but there were like real good groups that were doing nonprofit efforts and getting people out, right?
Oh, definitely. I didn't mean to imply that they were all, just raising money. There were good groups out there.
Right. And then there were people like you who were also being paid to get people out of Afghanistan, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see anything wrong with the service you were providing, did you?
No.
You didn't see anything wrong with taking money to help move Afghans out of Afghanistan, correct?
There's nothing wrong.
And I know that you didn't take any money from Afghans directly, right? But there was nothing wrong with taking money from Afghans to help them get out of that horrible situation, was there? I know you didn't do it, but there was nothing wrong with that, was there?
That is a different situation, and I would have a hard time with that model where you're taking money from an Afghan to do what I was doing.
So you think that anyone who was taking money from Afghans to help them get out of that situation shouldn't have been doing it?
That's really hard to just put that in such an umbrella scenario. It depends. I need more information. It depends on the specifics.
If there was a private operator who is charging Afghans to taking money directly from Afghans to help them escape death, that wouldn't be a bad thing, would it?
Yeah, I think it would be a bad thing. I mean, look, it's a tough question. Like, if that is the only option, somebody receives money or they die, then I would choose the lesser, the lesser of two evils, as they say.
Right.
Yeah.
If somebody faced death in Afghanistan, which a lot of people did, right?
Yes.
It wouldn't have been wrong to take money from that Afghan to help them escape death, right?
Action asked and answered 3 times.
Overrule it.
Maybe I can answer it a different way.
Yeah, I don't know that.
It's not a yes or no, though. It's not black or white.
It's not black or white.
Yeah.
So in some situations it might be okay, in other situations it wouldn't be okay.
It depends on the situation.
So let's fast forward to August 2021. And at the time, in August 2021, you are not in Afghanistan. I think we have that established, correct?
Correct.
You're in Vienna?
I am in Vienna.
Okay. And fair to say that you see what's going on in Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any of those terrible videos of people running with airplanes going down the tarmac?
I saw those.
And so you saw it as an opportunity where maybe you could provide a service, correct?
Yes, I did. Not an opportunity. I wouldn't say it like that, but I thought that there was something that I could do to help.
And fair to say that this opportunity existed because of the horrible situation in Afghanistan, right?
I I just wouldn't say it that way.
You don't have to say it that way, but
I could say
Mr.
it
Young, fair to say that on the ground in Afghanistan in August, I think we've established this, that there's these kill lists, women are being persecuted, and because of that, there's this desperation to get out, right?
Yes.
And there wouldn't be this desperation to get out if there weren't the kill lists and there weren't women being persecuted, right?
That's correct.
Right. Now, also fair to say that if the Taliban was just letting people leave, there also wouldn't have been this opportunity for you to offer services, correct?
Again, I have issue with the term opportunity as you use it.
Remove opportunity. If the Taliban was just letting people leave, your services wouldn't have been needed, correct?
They wouldn't have been necessary.
They wouldn't have been necessary, right? If there was Greyhound in Afghanistan, there would be no market for what you were selling, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could put up DX82, Mr. DeMeza, just for Mr. Young. And I think this is something that Mr. Friedman shows you. You recognize this as your exchange with Ms. Kornetsky?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of DX82.
I think it's in evidence.
Oh, did you use those? Okay, I'm sorry.
No objection either way.
Thank you.
82 in.
Just let me know what it is. Thanks.
It's already in.
Yeah, thank you. I may publish. I guess I may.
Right. Probably already has been, but we can do it.
It has been. All right.
Republication.
Okay. All right, so this is document so this is your exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree, just looking at this document, that you were the first person to reach out, right?
Yes.
And you reached out on August 20th, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified that when you reached out, you had no idea what or who Jill Kornetsky worked for, correct?
I wouldn't say it like that.
What did you know about Jill Kornetsky when you reached out?
I mean, that she was involved in some capacity with evacuations, NGOs.
Okay. So this is August 20th. This is before you had ever done any evacuations, correct?
I'm just not remembering when the first one was.
Well, let me ask it this way. Mr. Young, would you have done an evacuation without being paid first?
No.
Okay. So we'll hold on to this, Mr. DeMeza. If you can put that, can we multitask? So move that to the side, and can you also put up PX 59, which I think was admitted into evidence?
Hang on before. What?
It wasn't.
No, I don't think so, but I also don't know what it is.
No.
Okay, so
It's not in.
let's put up PX 59 for the witness.
Just for the witness.
Just for the witness.
Your Honor, we have no objection.
Okay. May we publish?
Yeah, well, admit on his 59.
All right, and so if we could now, Mr. DeMeza, now let's go multi-screen. DX82 on one and PX 59 on the other. All right. So, Mr. Young, you should be seeing your conversation with Jill Kornetsky starting August 20th on the left and the invoice for Audible on the right. Do you see that?
Yes.
And just focusing on the right real quick, you would agree with me that Audible was the first evacuation you did, correct?
Yes.
And you see the date of August 26th of 2021 when you sent the invoice?
Yes.
And I think you just testified that you wouldn't have done the evacuation without getting paid first, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree with me now that you reached out to Jill Kornetsky before you had ever done any evacuations, correct?
I don't remember, but that's what it looks like here.
Do you think these documents are wrong?
I doubt it.
So you're pretty comfortable saying you reached out to Jill Kornetsky before you did any evacuations,
Yeah.
correct?
Yep.
And so I think you testified that your whole model was focused on corporations, right?
Yes.
But isn't it true, on August 20th, before you had ever done a corporate evacuation, you were reaching out to Jill Kornetsky, who you think might have been involved with some NGO in Afghanistan?
Yep.
Okay, we can take that down. We'll come back to it in a minute. Now, you started going on LinkedIn and advertising your services because you saw what was happening in Afghanistan. It was a tragic story, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that this was a story that should have been told by the media, correct?
Which part of the story?
The story, the desperation in Afghanistan.
Oh,
correct?
definitely.
The horrible things that were happening to Afghans, correct? You got no problem with that?
No.
People were desperate. It was a huge problem, right?
Yes.
No quibbles with that?
Nope.
Now, fair to say that you had heard stories about companies spending a lot of money trying to do things like charter aircrafts with no success.
Yes.
And I think you talked about that earlier, right? And you thought that there were people who were advertising evacuation services that weren't real, right?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. And I think you kind of talked about this earlier, but you saw people who were advertising, I think you used nonprofits in quotes.
Right.
That were advertising services that just weren't real options, right?
I think I talked about it yesterday, that a lot of those air evacuations, they seemed like a great option, but there were massive problems with those.
Right. And I think we'll get to it in a little bit, but I think one of the suggestions you said was that those big air evacuations were raising money from a lot of people and then just essentially sending it to their friends, right?
Yeah.
I think that was the term you used.
That's correct.
You were essentially saying that that was some type of, I don't know, how would you describe what they were doing?
Well, I mean, it's just impossible to land an aircraft, especially when the U.S. pulled out. So that's the plan for your evacuations, is to charter very expensive aircraft that can't land or have a very, very small chance of getting a clearance to land. It doesn't seem very reliable.
Yeah.
But I think I also said, like the list for people that wanted to be on those aircraft, 150 capacity, 30,000 people that wanted to be on the aircraft, not a great option.
So you start advertising on LinkedIn, fair to say?
Yep, that's fair.
And you didn't set up a pro bono operation, correct?
No, I didn't.
This was not a free service, right?
Right. They already had those.
And those, in your estimation, weren't working, right?
I can't say that because some of them did some good work. Some of them were very helpful.
We can move on. But yours was a for-profit enterprise, correct?
Yes.
And at this time, August 20th, you had not done any work that had made you money since April of 2021, correct?
That's right.
So that was May, June, July, now we're in August. So about 4 months, correct?
Tracking.
Okay. And you sought to evacuate people from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes, I sought to help companies.
Right. You sought to help companies
Yep.
evacuate. And fair to say that if these people weren't so desperate to get out of Afghanistan, then there wouldn't have been companies willing to pay your fees, correct?
I would probably rephrase it a little bit just to be more precise.
Sure, rephrase it.
So the companies wanted specific people to be their own people for various reasons. Sometimes I knew a little bit about it, more often than I didn't. But they needed specific people. But the crisis, that's a fact. It was happening. That's why they needed the help.
Right. Without the crisis, the companies wouldn't have stepped in and paid your fees, correct?
That's right. There'd be no reason.
Right. Without the desperation, the companies wouldn't have paid your fees, correct?
Without the requirement, the urgent requirement.
Which was because people were going to get killed, correct?
It's because it was a failed state and my services were critical.
And your services were only critical because people were facing death from the Taliban, correct?
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
Your services were only critical because people on the ground were desperate to leave Afghanistan, correct?
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
You wouldn't say that?
Nope.
So if people weren't desperate, you still think that Bloomberg would have paid you $15,000 per person to get them out if people didn't want to leave?
Just think the way that you're wording it isn't accurate.
You never evacuated anyone from Afghanistan for free, did you?
No, didn't.
Now, you can't determine the first time you posted an ad on LinkedIn about evacuation services, can you?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
And if this jury wanted to determine the first time that you posted on LinkedIn about evacuation services, it couldn't do that, right?
That's great. That's right.
Right. And that's because you had deleted all of your LinkedIn messages, correct?
And I explained why.
What's that?
And I explained why.
Okay. Now, something we touched on before, you fashion yourself as a quiet professional, correct?
Yes, correct.
In your line of work, fair to say, people don't really go on LinkedIn and advertise their services, do they?
No, I disagree with that.
Okay. Can you name me one other person, we can go look, who is on LinkedIn advertising services like you did?
You can go on LinkedIn and do a search for a company called Quiet Professionals, LLC.
We're going to see them. Who's Quiet Professionals?
I just recall seeing it in, I remember the terms out there, so they're on LinkedIn, obviously.
So you have no idea who that person is?
No.
Okay. So when you throw up your ads on LinkedIn looking for people to pay you to evacuate people, isn't it fair to say you actually didn't have any connections in Afghanistan?
No, I wouldn't say it like that at all.
Okay. Who is your connection in Afghanistan?
I just think that the way you're wording it is imprecise and it changes the meaning.
Mr. Young, everything you did in Afghanistan to evacuate people was done through this guy, Yuri Renewal, correct?
That's a good pronunciation, yes.
But I care more about my substantive question. When you start advertising and you start doing these evacuations, you don't know someone on the ground in Afghanistan, correct? That's Yuri's connection, correct?
I just disagree with your wording, how you just say connection.
Okay, just, can you answer my question, yes or no?
I'm not trying to make it hard. It's just, it is a more complicated, I described this network and the agent recruitment cycle. Sometimes there's multiple agents between the information and the operations officer, for example. It's not that simple as you're describing.
I ask you the question, and you can tell me if you can answer it or not.
Okay.
When you started doing these evacuations, you didn't know anyone on the ground in Afghanistan, correct?
Correct.
Objection asked and answered 3 times.
Rule the objection, I think he answered it.
And I got to see what the answer was. The answer was correct?
Correct, but with a caveat, as I described before, it's a little more complicated. But technically you are correct.
Okay, tell this jury who you knew on the ground in Afghanistan in August of 2021.
It's not who I knew, it's the access that I had.
Tell us the name of someone you knew in Afghanistan in 2021.
You got the question out. You have an objection.
Yeah, Your Honor, he was in the middle of answering, and he just spoke over him, so I'd like him to be able to finish his answer. But
Restate your question.
Okay.
See if there's an objection.
All right.
And if not, we'll let Mr. Young talk, answer.
Mr. Young, tell us the name of someone you knew in Afghanistan in August of 2021?
I didn't have the names of my resources on the ground through my network in Afghanistan in August of 2021.
So you call up this guy, Yuri, who was a contact of yours, correct?
I did.
Did Yuri know that you were advertising your services on LinkedIn?
I don't know.
Did you discuss it with him?
No.
Yuri wasn't advertising evacuations on LinkedIn, was he?
I don't know. I don't think he's even on LinkedIn, but I don't know.
So, Mr. Nemez, if you can put up Defense Exhibit 86, please. Just for the witness, please. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this as a LinkedIn post that you commented on?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Defense Exhibit 86.
You object on relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to ask about the 7th page. I don't even care about the first. It's the chain where Mr. Young comments on page 7.
What is the 7? And Your Honor, the irrelevant portion should be redacted in plaintiff's view.
And the chain kind of sets it up as you go through it. I don't understand what's prejudicial about this, given that it's a public comment on LinkedIn that Mr. Young jumps in and comments on, gives a context. But I don't really care. We can redact what Mr. Friedman feels needs to be redacted. It's not why I'm using it.
You're just getting his comment on that.
Yep. This is Defense Exhibit 86.
And I guess to the extent we need to address the scope of redactions for purposes of what the jury will be able to take back, we can resolve that issue prior to finalization of the exhibit to go back.
Okay. That's fine.
If you're going to publish,
I'll forego. I'll save you the time. I'll forego publishing right now.
okay, yeah, he's got it
Yeah.
clipped. You okay with that?
I am, but I want to.
No objection, Your Honor.
Kind of want to set it up, and then we can publish just that piece.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
we'll go ahead and ask some other questions, and when it's time to publish, we'll turn on
Thanks.
that clip.
So, Mr. Young, if you look at the second page of this document,
I see it.
and you see that this is a post from Nick Palmisano, and he's just talking about a nonprofit group that is doing evacuations from Afghanistan. Do you see that?
I do.
And these were kind of, I mean, do you know whether this was kind of a prevalent type post at this point? And you were on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I think this was pretty common. Like, am I allowed to read from this?
I mean, you don't have to. If you can, I don't think it's prejudicial, but just let me ask my questions, and then we'll kind of go through it pretty quickly. But this was one of the groups that was talking about the nonprofit evacuation work they were doing, correct?
Yep. Correct.
And as you can see in this chain, and we can move down, LinkedIn is like a big social network, right?
Not really. I wouldn't say that.
No, you don't think it's a social networking site?
Just the way that you say it, it makes it sound like it's this big open network. It doesn't really work that way. You have connections. They have to send you invitations. You have to accept the invitation. You can adjust your privacy settings. It's not this big open network.
Okay. But it's kind of our version, for these people who are connected, of a community town hall, right?
No,
No?
definitely not.
So people start commenting on these posts by people, and they start talking about different different opinions about evacuations from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those is David Lerner, correct?
Yep, correct.
He says, thanks for what you're doing.
It's not enough.
It's not evidence.
Okay. And then we go down, if we go to page 6, Your Honor, actually, I have to ask you to admit something on page 6. It's the post from Friedrich Christian Haas. Do you see that?
I see it.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit that because Mr. Young then directly responds to that person.
Which one? There's 2 posts from him on that page.
Both of them.
What's the one on 7? Can you speak down one page?
Oh, sure. Yeah, go to page 7, Mr. Messer. Thank you.
Go back to the prior. What would be the objection to Mr. Haas's?
Your Honor, it's no different than the objections that Mr. Axelrod was lodging during the direct examination. It's hearsay.
I'll, for now, just sustain the objection to admitting those comments. I mean, if you, without more foundation, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Fine, Your Honor, we can just go to page 7. But there's actually 2 comments from Mr. Young on page 7 that I would ask you to admit. So I'd ask you to admit all of page 7. I don't think there's any reason not to.
I'll admit the comments from him at this point in time without any other foundation.
Okay.
But otherwise, the other 2 individuals' comments would be redacted.
Even though, Your Honor, David Lerner, we've seen the communication between Mr. Young and Mr. Lerner, who responds right there saying,
Your Honor, can we do this
Don't
at
read it.
sidebar? Yeah, this is.
Without other foundation, I'm
Okay.
sustaining the objection.
okay. Mr. Young, on this page, if you could just focus on the last one, Ms. Gianni, on page 7. Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Yeah.
No objection.
Yeah, and that or the other one that he posted on page 7. That's fine.
Okay. So Mr. Young, and I can publish, yeah. So Mr. Young, this is a post from you on a long chain of people talking about Afghan evacuations, correct?
Yes.
And you say, we've been moving people overland to safety with incredible success. Please reach out if we can help, correct?
That's what it says.
And at no point in this message to these people do you talk about needing a sponsor, do you?
No, I don't.
You're essentially saying, out there, anyone, contact me if you need help, right?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Please reach out if we can help. You're saying that there's some restriction on who that's directed to? You understand the court's order.
Your Honor.
Let him answer the question.
I could have been more precise in this message.
It's not my question, sir.
Okay. Can you repeat the question, please?
It says, please reach out for help. You're saying there's some restriction on here about who this is directed to?
Your Honor, may we approach? I'm just not sure the witness understands the limits of the court's order, and his desire to comply with it may not be giving a proper answer.
I'll overrule.
Okay.
It's a straightforward question. I can try to answer it.
So,
hang on. Let him re-ask the question so you make sure you get it this time.
Mr. Young, you write, please reach out if we can help. You're saying there's some restriction on who this is directed to?
No, there's not.
Thank you. Your Honor, this is a good stopping point.
Yes, it is. 5 o'clock.
Is this a good stopping point, Your Honor?
All right.
Your Honor, we all agreed for the 30-minute lunch session thing?
And just staying here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And lunch is provided, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for everybody.
Yes, please.
What's that? I appreciate that. I was going to ask y'all what you had come to a conclusion of, so thank you for doing it and let me know. And we can do this. We'll do this off the record here in a minute. Let me give you the instruction first, and then we'll have a little discussion off the record as you're leaving for tonight. But go ahead for now. Put your notepads in the folders. When you leave here, leave them on your chairs. We'll collect them, and they'll be back here for you in the morning. We're going to take our recess for the evening. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel. And when we get back in the morning, just make sure your phones or electronic devices are turned off before we come back in the courtroom. Just logistically, we'll still want to get started at 8:30?
Oh, that's Your Honor, yeah.
Sounds good.
And y'all are good with that tomorrow morning, getting here at 8:15? Okay, and we'll plan on doing that at 8:15. Any other instructions from the plaintiff requested?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Then, on the record, we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning. Let's go off the record real quick.
Anything else we need to address this evening from the plaintiff?
No, for plans.
I always shudder and hazard to ask this question. Anything else from the defense?
So, Your Honor, we filed that motion about civil fleet and business records. I would like a ruling on that before tomorrow, because I do want to introduce Mr. Young's exchanges with civil fleet personnel. We have a business records declaration that's been submitted. We can handle it now, or we can handle it tomorrow morning, whatever you want to do.
So you're talking about the motion about admitting civil fleet's records based on the declaration from Mr. Otto?
I think that actually the way it was procedurally set up is I think plaintiffs moved to exclude, and we responded that it was proper because of the declaration for Mr. Otto.
Your Honor, there's a statute in Florida that requires a notice of intent to use a declaration for business records. We did it with the Amentum documents and then places the burden on the opposing party to file a motion to exclude it, as they did. The court had a hearing on it. It was adjudicated. This is now a surprise attempt to add, if we use a declaration to admit exhibits that didn't properly comply with the law.
But y'all filed the request to rely on them.
We did, and you denied plaintiff's motion to exclude them, saying you take it up, you deferred it until trial. So the idea that we didn't notice it, when we responded that they were admissible, and this was back in November, which was before 45 days.
I was trying to remember what the timing was.
Yeah, it was before 45 days. Joe says it was 60 days, and I trust Mr. Bailey with my life.
Remember the date on it? There's only one or two things for me to scroll through on the document.
Plaintiffs moved to exclude on October 28th. We filed an opposition to that on November 7th, I believe, which was 60 days before trial.
Is that part of Ed's opposition to various questions of them?
It is.
Your Honor, if I recall correctly, you deferred on this issue because they said they were bringing a witness. At that hearing, Mr. Axelrod announced that this witness from Germany was flying in and they didn't need a ruling on it or something like that. And they would be bringing him because, so then there was no need for the records custodian declaration.
think when we were addressing that issue, I did defer because there was some representation. You had listed Mr. Otto as a witness in the case and indicated maybe here. I understand. And since we had the hearing, there's the issues of whether Mr. Otto is coming or not.
He's still coming, but I want to use these for cross-examination tomorrow. I have Mr. Young on the stand. And given the court's decision on the Amentum business records, Mr. Otto's declaration is way more sufficient than what was submitted in connection with Amentum. And so given that, I'm moving for it now because I want to use the documents tomorrow.
I don't have the motions in front of me, but as I recall, we filed a motion in limine. They responded why the motion in limine should be denied. Then at the hearing, if I recall correctly, and I can't rely on my memory with my life like Mr. Axelrod can rely on Mr. Bailey, but if my memory serves me correctly, you were inclined to grant the motion, which is what caused Mr. Axelrod to get up and say, well, we're bringing Mr. Otto. But by no means was there a motion to admit it, and there are massive problems with that declaration. It is in many respects more detailed. It's also highly improper in many respects, and there's no foundation there to show that Mr. Otto actually works for Civil Fleet. He's a volunteer. He's a volunteer. He's not an employee or a records custodian of any kind. And then the documents being sought to admit are text messages between people that we don't know and aren't here. Certainly not business records. I mean, just the other day, Mr. Axelrod was at the bench arguing that an email produced under the Amentum declaration was not part of a personnel file, and now he's seeking to use the declaration to admit text messages from a volunteer.
It's a volunteer organization.
They have a board of directors. We found them in Germany. Sorry, Judge.
Let's stop arguing back and forth. Let's do this. All right, because part of that self-authentication rule is unless there's an issue of reliability. Looking at it, yes, it has a lot more paragraphs than the Amentum declaration from Ms. Who's
Mellon. Mellon. Mellon.
Mellon? Yeah. I've made this comment previously about other declarations that have been filed in this case, about my reservation on doubts. Individual, you have a not-for-profit entity that doesn't have employees, that has volunteers, and part of the records that were supposedly part of the production from Civil Fleet in this case contains screenshots of text messages on individuals who are not employees, phones. You got into an argument about what Amentum may have kept in the ordinary course of business. I think this applies even more glaringly from the standpoint of I've been on boards of nonprofits as a volunteer. The organization has never collected my text messages and kept them in the ordinary course of business. So I think based on the declaration, without more, I've got a question concerning reliability such that they would be self-authenticating under Rule 90.90211. I'll give you a fair game to research that issue and submit it to me, and do I have to accept what on its face may have, question it? Why don't we do this? Y'all get here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, give plaintiff an opportunity to prep to argue this issue as well. I'll look at it as well tonight. I'm telling you what my concerns are looking at Mr. Otto's declaration. That I have questions concerning the reliability or accuracy of the things he said in his declaration. On the basis that he says Civil Fleet goes out and collects screenshots of their individual volunteers' private cell phones. So that's my concern a little bit. But why don't we just do this in the morning where you can address, hopefully maybe find something to address my concern, and have an opportunity to prep the arguments before we decide it. The other foundational aspect is, and we haven't had a problem with it because we moved a number of defense exhibits in, but this is plaintiff's case in chief. Technically, defense shouldn't be moving exhibits in during plaintiff's case in chief. So, I mean, it makes sense from the standpoint of efficiency to do it, but I mean, that's another procedural aspect of you wanting to have these admitted into evidence to question him.
Yeah, but, Your Honor, they technically would be used for impeachment.
Well, then they wouldn't necessarily, I mean, they wouldn't necessarily be moved into evidence.
Sure, but I mean, I can publish them and then admit them in my case.
Well, you're not publishing them before they're admitted into evidence.
Okay, if that's Your Honor's preference.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, we've done it where we've admitted a number of defense exhibits already on your motion during cross-examination. So, I mean, I didn't raise an issue, plaintiff didn't raise an issue, but, I mean, technically from a procedural standpoint, you shouldn't be admitting evidence during the other side's case in chief. But that'd be the other issue of just moving these in based on a declaration that isn't, you know, I mean, if you lay the foundation like you did and authenticated, these are your tax returns, yeah, you recognize them. I mean, he's the one that would lay the foundation for it anyway, so. But this is being laid by a non-witness who's not on the stand at this point in time, based on Mr. Otto's declaration. So why don't you address my concern, see what you can find. You can prepare to argue the issue, and we can come back and do it at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay. Thank you,
Anything else before we leave?
Your Honor.
All right. I will see y'all at 8 tomorrow morning.